engineers who refuse to settle for good enough. That's what makes today special. Over the next few hours, you will see robots move, compete, and perform. But behind every movement is a story. Late nights, failed attempts, small victories, and the determination to keep going. That's the real success we celebrate today. So, whether you win or not, remember this progress is built by those who show up, try, fail, and try again. And today, every single one of you represent that spirit. So, to the teams, give it everything you have got. To the audience, get ready to be inspired. And to everyone here, let's make this a day worth remembering. So, welcome to the SLRC 2026 Grand Finale. Teams, take your positions. Let the game begins. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jivanta. We aren't just here to see machines move. We are here to see the future in motion. Let's dim the lights and turn up the volume. Ladies and gentlemen, witness the journey, the grind, and the spark of SLRC 2026.
A competition of this magnitude, bringing together the brightest minds in the country together, doesn't happen in a vacuum. It requires a powerful ecosystem of support.
Exactly. It takes a village to build a robot, but it takes a visionary network to build a challenge like SLRC. We want to take a moment to honor the organizations that believe in the future of Sri Lankan innovation as much as we do.
We extend our sincere appreciation to the partners of SLRC 2026. Our title partner, Dialog 5G Ultra, our gold partner, Synopsys, our silver partner, AP Education, our education partner, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Sri Lanka, our workshop partner, Robotic Assistant Devices, our 3D printing partner, Zyda 3D.
Clothing partner, Moon's Clothing Company, system partner, Trace Echo, gift partner, Pearl Bay, food partner, Burger King, digital media partner, Hack SL, photography partner, Dream Captures. Please turn your attention to the screen for our messages from the sponsors.
ආස පොළව සයුර සිසාරා යන අංක එකේ බලයෙන් අපේම සරුසාර අනාගතය අපේම සිහින සැබෑ වෙන අනාගතය දියුණු දේශයක් ඔබ තුළින් ගොඩනගන
To the future.
Dialog 5G Ultra ශ්‍රී ලංකාවම ඒකවත් කරන අංක එකේ 5G ජාලය ඔබත් අදම අත්විඳින්න.
It's a time of epic transformation. To power revolutions across industries, the world turns to those who design the next generation of silicon. For nearly 4 decades, Synopsys has developed the essential technology that makes advances in silicon chips possible, enabling chip capacity to increase 1 million times from 200,000 transistors to 200 billion. Today's advanced chips advance everything in our lives. They are increasingly AI-powered and an essential part of software-defined intelligent systems. We are in a new era of pervasive intelligence, where smart technologies are seamlessly integrated into the fabric of our lives. As the leading provider of engineering software and solutions, from silicon to systems, the era of pervasive intelligence is powered by Synopsys and you.
The moment is here. The future of the chartered accountant begins now. A curriculum designed to build trust, drive strategy, and stories inspire transformation. Presenting the CA Sri Lanka Curriculum 2025 to 2030.
Jump in the water to still imagine. Come hold your breath and leap into wonder. Take in the fire, now start it over. It's a whole new world. It's a whole new world.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandaragama.
The invaluable contributions of these partners have been essential in making today's event a reality.
Bringing a wealth of expertise and insight to our event, please join us in welcoming the esteemed panel of judges for SLRC 2026, powered by Dialog 5G Ultra. Judging the school category, Mr. Janit Gunaratna, Senior Engineering Manager, Robotic Assistance Devices. Mr. Chamidu Liyanage, Lecturer on Contract at the Department of Electronic and Telecommunication Engineering, University of Moratuwa. Mr. Punsara Mahavala, Electronic Engineer at Paracum Technologies. Judges, kindly proceed to the stage and take your seats.
Judging the university category, Dr. Sairu Dilan Jailad Bandara, probationary lecturer at the Faculty of Engineering, University of Sri Jayawardhanapura. Dr. Upeka Premaratna, senior lecturer at the Department of Electronic and Telecommunication Engineering, University of Moratuwa. And Mr. Thilinda Edrisurya, embedded software engineer. Judges, kindly proceed to the stage and take your seats. Let's give them a round of applause for their role in the SLRC 2026.
Our school and university teams are ready to bring their innovations to life, showing off their cutting-edge robots in a thrilling crash of creativity and skill. Fostered by innovation, engineered with passion, realized at SLRC. Let's support all the teams as they navigate through today's tasks. Teams, we wish you all the very best.
Ladies and gentlemen, let the games begin. This is the grand finale of the Sri Lankan Robotics Challenge SLRC 2026, powered by Dialog 5G Ultra.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to start with the school category competitions. I think we are about to witness a massive battle between school robots. I think the students are also ready. First up, we have the battle between Future Tech versus
SNSJPC. Future Tech and SNSJPC, will you please approach the stage?
Yeah, and also I'm pretty sure that we are about to witness one of the biggest this is the biggest robotics challenge in Sri Lanka, and we are kind of proud to witness this unfolding in front of our eyes. Am I right, Oshan?
Yeah, and Sandru, it's a bit unique this time as well, isn't it? Because it's two parallel school teams competing. It's almost like a race, I would say.
Yeah, this is basically a battle going between two school teams, and are we ready with it, guys? All right, first up, there's going to be a coin toss to select what the arenas the team is going to choose. Let's wait until the coin toss is done, and then we can proceed on with the competition. All right, guys, we have the toss. So the team SNS JPC is going with the red arena, and team Future Tech will be going with the white arena.
Sandru, I feel like this time's task is quite complicated, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, it's a bit complicated because first up they have to select one of the boxes and then navigate through a curved path.
But it's not just a curved path, there's also uneven terrain. I think that's
terrain.
really interesting actually, how they decided to do that.
The teams are going to have to face a hidden talent. And a hidden task that was only exposed to them like an hour back.
Which I think that's actually really, really difficult. I mean, imagine having to code a solution to a problem within an hour, something you've never seen before. I think it's fascinating, really, how
it's
they do
actually
that.
challenging the basic understanding of them about robotics and programming itself. And then
we end off with a test between a magnet and a non-magnet.
Yes.
But I think the teams are ready to begin, so why not get ready? Calibration parangan.
Right, guys, the calibration time has now begun. Each team will have like 2 minutes to calibrate their robot.
You can see the teams getting ready to calibrate because they know that this calibration, being done well or being done badly, can decide the results of this entire race.
This is basically the foundation of the entire tasks that are lying ahead of them.
It's quite a tense moment, I would say. You can see SNS JPC just try with the...
Yes. So I think they missed their box in the first trial. Let's see if they're able to take it in the second one.
After all, this is just the calibration. So you're going to expect a few mistakes, a few errors. But We've got about a minute of calibration time. And we're hopeful to see that the team will have made use of this calibration time very well. And we'll see a very thrilling and exciting race between the two school teams as they compete. Sandru, do you think it's good for them to have a competing in a race of sorts, as opposed to the standard tasks that they usually do at SLRC?
Yes, I mean, it's obviously exhilarating for the audience when there's a competition.
Yes.
So that's a plus point. And at such a young stage, when they're exposed to competition, I mean, then they can sharpen their talent as well.
I feel like doing a race sort of completely changes the challenge, and because it's no longer about just doing the task, it's about doing it as fast as you can possibly
definitely.
manage.
I mean, this is what real world problems require, right?
Yeah.
Completing the task in a given time frame. And competing with competitors and all, I think this is a really good opportunity for our youngsters to get an experience on this. All right, guys, the calibration time is over now.
And now we'll see the two teams getting ready to start their first run.
All right. Team JBC is off to a good start. All right, now we are beginning with the first round.
The two teams are ready to start. And they're off. The two teams have begun their competition. We watch.
All right, Team Future Tech navigating the uneven terrain now.
They've navigated the uneven terrain. They've passed the car path. And on the other side, Team SNS JPC has started the box selection task.
All right.
But unfortunately, it seems they've clinched it.
Team Future Tech has completed it, but I think they weren't able to complete the hidden tasks.
And now it's off to the judges to evaluate that. Team SNS JPC seems to be having a little bit of trouble, but they've started a reattempt. And they're struggling on the box selection part. Sandro, wasn't it quite impressive actually how quick
Team Future Tech
completed their task?
It's really impressive.
And now SNS JPC is on to its third and final attempt. And let's hope for something better this time.
Future Tech completed their all the tasks except for the hidden one like under 1 minute, right?
Yeah, but it's really about the speed with which they did it. Speed, efficiency, they cleared the task really nicely, really neatly.
Team JPC has one chance left.
And they seem just to be struggling on the robot box selection task. I mean, it's a very narrow margin, right, for error. Just a few degrees off and you'll miss the box. It's very hard to calibrate these things.
And also the team name SNSJPC. We ought to know the meaning of that name as well.
We should ask them, of course, after they've taken their robot. But all the 3 attempts for SNSJPC is over, and now it's back to the judges to evaluate their performance.
Alright, like that we are done with the first 2 teams. I hope you had a really thrilling experience.
Kids screaming in the cradles, profanities. I see the world through ice covered in ink and bleach. Cross out the ones who...
So I think the 2 teams are meeting with the judges. After that, let's have a small talk with them. And before talking to the teams, I think we'll have to familiarize our audience about SLRC, right?
Yeah, after all, it is Sri Lanka's biggest robotics competition that's being held in this university, and I think we're attracting such a large number of teams from so many different schools and so many different universities.
Yes, I mean, this is an event that has been organized since 2012. And not only that, it's been spearheaded by ENTC, one of the best departments in the world.
That's been held for so long, and it's got such a rich history. And I think what's fascinating, Sandru, is each year they come up with such unique tasks.
Yes, like last year's tasks are completely different than this, right?
It's completely different.
And so if the same team applies for this year, they still have a massive competition too.
Yeah, because it's a different task every time. And the tasks and the complexity changes so often and so uniquely. I mean, last year it wasn't a race between the school competitions, and now it is. And that completely changes the way you have to design your robots and stuff.
Yes, I mean, we are only one round into the competition, and we already witnessed a team that is able to complete all the tasks within 1 minute.
And after all, what sets them apart from the other winners will not be but rather how quickly. And as we move on to the quarterfinals, the semifinals, and maybe even the final round, we'll start to see that few second gap between the 2 teams that really might end up deciding it all.
Yes, definitely. It all breaks down to the final algorithm that they have. And also we shouldn't forget about the hidden tasks. I think Team Future Tech forgot about the hidden tasks, or their code didn't work or something.
That's a very difficult decision, you know. You can opt to maybe skip the hidden task, but you miss out on the points you could gain from that. It's really a balance you want to...
The hidden task is basically a side quest that they have to do, right?
Yeah, but because it's hidden, you know, you might trade off the time you gain in finishing faster with the points you gain in completing the hidden task.
Yes, and also the arenas, and they are prepared really well.
They prepared really well. We need to shout out the teams behind SLRC for designing such good terrains.
Yeah,
And
a big shout out going to the organizing team for designing this. I mean, this is really beautiful to look at, right?
it's clean, and more important, it's not just beautiful for us to look at, it's beautiful for the robots to look at. If you all know, these line following bots need really precise, really cleanly made terrains, really clearly made environments for their tasks to be completed successfully.
Yes, as a person who witnessed people making these, they've given so much attention to the details. I mean, the error here is less than, I think, 3 millimeters. I think they have gone to such an extent to keep this
I mean, it's
condition.
laser precise. It's very precise for these robots to work perfectly. And that's really why this uneven terrain is such a challenge. Because when you have a board that's been built so cleanly and the robot has to navigate uneven terrain, which is unexpected, that really faces a big
It's also
challenge.
this uneven terrain is something new to robotics simulations, right? Because in the real world, it's not like this. It's not a pretty road that you have to take. No?
You do face a lot of uneven terrain. You face a lot of ramps. If you've ever driven in Sri Lanka, I think you know how bad the terrain is. And dealing with things is something that we would like our robots to manage.
Another thing, if you haven't noticed, in the in the red arena, we only have one red box, and in the white arena, we only have one white box. So all the colors are matched and it's symmetrical, so it's fair to both the teams. And for the final task, the robot has to go to both the places and detect a magnet.
Detection in SLRC, because I don't think I've seen that in a task before in
This is
SLRC.
something new to me as well. So you have to basically go to 2 points and detect the magnet and give an indication. Alright, I think we're done with the judging for the first round. So
We're done with the judging for
the
SNS and JVC.
it's up to Team Future Tech to present their robot to the judges.
Just like a spark that's breaking out. Can't make a stop, can't turn back now. We know that there's no room for doubt. No, we can't turn back now. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna light it up. Tonight, we gonna let it up. Tonight, we gonna let it up. Just like the sunrise, we gonna light it up.
Alright guys, we are ready to move on with the next round. So next up, we have Team Thunderspark versus
Rapid X. Can the team leaders for Team Thunderspark and Rapid X please get ready with their robots and approach the stage? Sadhuru, I feel like we might be getting yet another tense match between these two next competitors.
Yes, by the looks of it, it is. So let's see. The two leaders can come on stage for the coin toss. Team Thunderspark and Rapid X. I mean, these team names, right?
I mean,
impressive.
you've seen a variety of team names. You know, back in the day, they used to have some pretty boring team names, but now we're seeing some really unique, just surprises, honestly. And Sandru, while we're waiting for the teams to get ready, why not talk a little bit about the marking criteria that they have?
Yes, definitely. Then the audience can get familiarized with what we are marking in this stage, because it's actually a black box to them what's happening on the judges' table.
It's quite a complicated process, because after all, these bots start with points, and with the penalties, they lose points. I think that's really, really creative, because it's not about how well you do the task, but how you manage to avoid like errors in the task.
Yes, definitely. Negative marks, something that we all hate, right?
It's something we've all experienced, it's something we all despise. And in finishing faster, they do actually achieve a little bit of a point margin for the time that they've improved upon their competitor. So I think that's very nice to have a little bit of a competitive edge.
Yes,
because I feel like it'll get very boring otherwise if they just competed against the terrain. Competing against a real team has a bit more of a spark to it.
Yes, so Team Future Tech from the previous round has a clear advantage there. And let's see how it's with this round. Alright guys, we are done with the coin toss. Team Rapid X is going with the red arena, and Team Thunderspark is going with the white arena. Let's see, last time the guys who went with the white arena won.
But
completed the all tasks, so let's see what's going to happen now.
And we've seen
Alright,
that
you
the
can come onto the arena.
have finished their evaluation for Team Future Tech and Team SNS JPC. Ladies and gentlemen, can we get a round of applause for Team Future Tech and SNS JPC for completing the task and really just stepping up to the challenge today.
Oh, come on guys, a round of applause. Alright, we are about to start the calibration period. Alright, the calibration time has started now.
And the tensions are quite high, wouldn't you say, Sandro? Because everyone's wondering, you know, will this calibration really help the performance of the robot, or will it just mess up yet again? It's really a really big challenge which comes to robotics. Unpredictable in general, isn't it?
And also for the audience and even for us who are not competing, this calibration time might seem like a waste, but this is actually the foundation of the entire competition.
I would say it's the most crucial part of them competing.
Definitely. Right, guys, we are almost ready for this round.
My heart rages around like an ocean in my head because there are so many things that I left unsaid. I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that is not reality. If you are echoing around inside these parallel dimensions all alone, know I'll find you in my dreams.
I think we're all ready to begin now. The judges are ready, the robots are ready, the teams are ready, and hopefully the audience is ready as well.
My heart rages around like an ocean in my head.
And the timer has begun and the robots are off.
All right, let's see how the two teams are doing. Oh, Team Thunderspark is having issue with their first round.
I mean, they navigated perfectly, but they just, I think we'll finally see the third and final attempt of the two robots.
Let's see if the two teams are able to get this completed now.
And Team RapidX.
Making the grabbing mechanism, right?
Yes, I feel like in almost all robotics competitions, it's the grabbing mechanism for these boxes that really causes such a big issue. And
Yes,
now,
I mean now both the robots failed in their grabbing mechanisms, right? It's not an issue with their robots. Free sample and let us know if you succeed, okay? Then we too can go as well.
yeah. Sandro, I'm planning on just going and pushing myself after this competition. It's very store.
Definitely, we had like 4 robots, 4 massive competitions. So let's see what the judges have to say now.
And ladies and gentlemen, if you weren't already aware, SLRC is having today an exhibition of a variety of electronics projects that have been done, presented by a variety of universities. Isn't that right, Sandro? It's happening downstairs right now, multi-purpose area. So we encourage the audience to go and view those exhibits as well. You know, if you want to alternate between watching some robots battle it out and a couple of interesting electronic projects, why not go downstairs and check out our exhibition?
Yes, I mean SLRC is a robotics competition, but we don't narrow ourselves to just robotics, right?
I think it's important to explore a variety of fields. Even in robotics, so many possible applications, so many possible robots that can be built for a variety of different purposes. I don't think a single challenge can cover all of it. And that's why SLRC, this exhibition.
Yes, and the exhibition will be really helpful for the youngsters as well. to one day achieve their fullest potential, right?
I feel
If they are,
it's very inspiring for them to
Yes.
see the variety of possible applications.
I mean, if they are doing robotics competitions at this stage, think of things that they can achieve.
It really, without a doubt, just how inspiring and how motivated you'd have to be to come in a competition on such large scale. Large scale.
Check one.
From our university category competitors, right?
Yes, because I feel that the university, these competitors from the university,
Started yet, so
maybe some questions
Yes,
from them
like-
while we're waiting for the judges.
I think for the audience also, robotics competitions are a new thing, right? So we can ask their experiences and how they did this. So let's see what our competitors have to say now.
Why not go and ask them some questions, how they prepare for today. Can I know what team you are competing as?
We are team Ketakaru.
And this is your first time competing in SLRC?
Actually, this is our second time competing in SLRC.
That's very interesting actually. Do you think that in competing last year and competing this year, you've learned and you've improved? What are some lessons you've gotten from last year's competition that you applied in this year's competition?
Yeah, we have actually learned so much techniques as the hardware and the electronics and some software simulations. And especially we in this SLRC 2026 we have simulations. So actually it's a new skill for us.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, actually, because this year's competition in the university task actually has a work and I think that's more unique than usual competitions that they have at SLR. I'd like to thank Team Ketakaro for obliging.
And also, I don't think we'll have more time to ask questions from them because I think the university category is ready to start now.
Photonics.
Team Moratuwa, it's your time to shine on the stage. Can you please come to the arena? Moratuwa from university category. Alright, seems Team Moratuwa is not here.
Approach the stage. What a unique name.
Yes, Team Perera. I think they are a team of ENTC undergraduates as well.
We really need to ask them why they came up with such a name after their challenge is over.
Yeah, Team Moratuwa is not here, so Team Potato has to go first. So guys, let's have a round of applause for Team Moratuwa. Sorry, Team Potato. These team names are really confusing.
They're really confusing. But Sandru, I feel like it's fun to have a bit of variety in the team names. right?
Yeah, at least this time we'll be able to ask them what the team name means, right?
And I hope they're looking forward to answering that after they complete their challenge for today. Go over to the school category. The judges are still evaluating the performance of the two teams, Team Thunderspark and Team Rapid X.
So the school category task and the university category task are a bit different. So you can see them on the design structure itself. The school category ones are different from the university ones.
And I mean, City is just so much more. There's even some virtual task being implemented this year, and I'm very excited to see how that unfolds.
So for those who don't know, there's a physical arena and a virtual arena, and there's a simultaneous competition going on both platforms. So what happens is at the end, you have to complete both tasks simultaneously to complete everything.
And let's hope that we see some very interesting challenge runs this time around. And the school category competitors Team Thunderspark and Team Rapid X have completed their challenge. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get a round of applause for Team Thunderspark and Team Rapid X. Thank you for competing and completing these challenges.
Right, so for the next round of school category, we have Team Operation Override and Apex Bot.
Team Operation Overdrive and Apex Bot, please approach the stage with your robots.
The team leaders can come forward for the coin toss. So until that, the university category team is getting ready to deploy their robot on the arena.
An equal level when you're from the school to the university category. I'm expecting a stellar performance from our university category participants today.
So our SLRC team has taken two approaches to make the university category hard. They have a hidden task,
as well as
that,
these April tags. And there's April tags, there's a lot of decoding involved. It's a very complicated process, and we're very excited.
Definitely. So basically, for those who don't know, there are like 14 April tags. April tags are like QR codes. You have to scan them and decode the coordinates for the virtual environment, and then use those coordinates to navigate as well. So anyway, the virtual robot and the physical robot both has to complete the task simultaneously. That's when the task, the entire round is considered to be completed.
And Sanaru, it appears the coin toss is complete, and we're seeing Operation Overdrive on the red track and Apex Bot on the white track.
Seems we are about to start the calibration round of the school category.
And we're about to see them perform the calibration for both their robots. The calibration time has started.
Alright, let's see if these two robots are able to overcome the challenges faced by the previous two.
Yes, as always, Sanaru, it appears that it's the robot arm component that really causes a large amount of the struggle.
Yes, definitely. But Oshan, I think I'm a bit optimistic about these two.
I feel optimistic too. Operation Overdrive seems to have successfully picked up the box in the calibration round.
Yeah, definitely.
Let's just hope that they manage to do it in their real attempt as well.
So Team Apex Bot even has their name embossed on their robot. So the Easter eggs are really impressive in this robot.
Really, I feel that there's part of robotics that people don't talk much about. It's really interesting to see how uniquely they've presented their designs. It's not all about the electronics, it's not all about the mechanics. Sometimes it's just about how good the robot looks.
Seems like Team Apex bot is done with their calibration, and Team Operation Overdrive seems to have a bit of an issue with their turning mechanism.
But I believe the calibration time is over for both,
definitely.
and they're about to get ready to start their first attempt.
All right, so for the first task, you have to pick the box in the middle. Let's see if these two robots are able to do that. All right, the timer started.
And the timer has started and the robots are off. We're seeing
Team Override.
Operation Overdrive. They managed to pick the box and they just dropped it at the very last
All right,
second.
Team Apex Predator has successfully picked the box and they are navigating the uneven terrain now. Or it wasn't able to successfully navigate that, so it's up to the second round.
And it seems that Team Operation Overdrive, even in their second attempt, just clinched it when grabbing the box. Appears to be some issue with the grabbing mechanism. Isn't that right,
So,
Sandro?
Team Apex Predator is starting with its second round. Let's see if he's able to complete this task in this task. Team Operation Overdrive seem to have completed the task without having the box, but I think that doesn't count. So he has to start again.
Team Apex bot manages to grab the box.
Alright, this time almost out of so much trouble. Team Apex bot somehow got through the uneven terrain, but I don't think the grip is strong enough in Team Apex bot. Alright, alright. Team Potato is ready to make their first attempt. Let's see, ladies and gentlemen, this is the university category.
The first competition of the university category. We're all excited to see how it goes.
Alright, off we go. So here we have to navigate the maze and scan the April tags. That's how we are going to decode the coordinates in the virtual domain. Seems like Team Potato is stuck at a dead end. Let's see how it's going to navigate through this.
mainstream.
Team Potato is done with their first attempt.
And now they're moving on to their second attempt. Let's see how well they fare in this approach.
Meanwhile, in the school category, judges are still reviewing the two robots. So we have 3 robots in 3 arenas at the same time. Isn't this really exciting?
I suppose if you count the virtual arena, that would be 4 robots. That's an incredible.
So Team Potato having a small discussion with judges before moving on to their second attempt. Alright, it seems like the school category is about to start with the calibrations. Let's see.
They've done the toss, and Moya Robotics is competing on the white track, and TD Botics on the red track. Sandro, I'm very excited to see how well they fare this time around.
Yes, let's see this time. Only one team was able to pick the cubes and navigate all the tasks perfectly, and even that team wasn't able to complete the hidden task.
Yes, Sandro. So we're yet to see a team successfully complete the entire school challenge. But over to the university task as they perform their second attempt.
Alright guys, for those who are just joining in, for the university category, we have to scan the April tags first in the first task. And it seems like Team Potato is running into the same issue as their first attempt.
In a dead end as before. So let's hope that their third attempt has some improvement as they move on. And they're starting and getting ready to start their third.
Over in the school category, our teams are preparing for the calibration round. So let's see how that goes as well. Alright, Team Potato in their third attempt. Let's see. This time something's different. It's not stuck in a dead end. Let's see how it goes. It went past one of the April tags, didn't scan it. Now it's off to... Alright, it took a turn. Let's see if it's able to scan the next April tag.
They've reached and passed the second April tag.
It wasn't able to scan neither one of them. Let's see. Anyway, this time it's not getting stuck on the dead ends, right?
It's navigating the maze successfully. And honestly, that in of it is
yes, definitely.
success. And now over to the school category. We are seeing both the robots ready and getting ready for their calibration.
Right, we are about to begin the calibration of the school category competitions. Meanwhile, on the other end, the university category, Team Potato is successfully navigating the maze.
And the calibration time for the school teams has begun.
Alright, we have an update on the university category. 4 of the April tags are scanned successfully.
That's impressive, don't you think, Sandro?
Yes,
They've managed
definitely.
to navigate the maze successfully. They must have figured out the kinks in their design from last time.
So probably the virtual robot is also navigating its maze right now.
I believe that the virtual robot comes in the in the final task, Sandro. Hope we get to that stage first.
Yes, we see the school category has started calibrating their robot. Each team is going to have 2 minutes to calibrate their robot.
Really, it comes down to this calibration. No amount of testing at home, simulations and preparations can really make up for this 2 minute calibration time that you get.
I think Team Potato on the university category has successfully almost completed the task 1.
They've navigated through the maze, and let's see if they manage to exit it.
Alright, Team Potato has completed the task 1 and it's heading. So we see that the judges are assessing Team Potato's performance on task 1.
The robot is still trudging through the task.
Right now, this time in the task 2, the April tags are behind the box, so you have to remove it first before scanning it.
I think that's impressive, really, Sandro. Almost all of these robotic tasks at some point have a robotic arm, and
Yes.
that's really what causes a lot of the struggle, isn't it?
I think this time they have to collect all the boxes and they need these boxes in another task.
Truly. The box.
Let's see what's happening over here in the school category. Alright, they are about to start the competition. They've done their calibration. Alright, Team Potato has picked their second box, and they have quite an impressive mechanism here. Their box is dropping onto a storage region within the robot itself. I think that's a really impressive
The school
physical
category tasks, the robots are off and they're competing. Both of the robots have successfully picked up the second box. I think that's impressive, Sandra.
Yes.
We haven't seen
This is
both
the first time
teams
that we're seeing this.
successfully do that. So it's up to speed, I suppose, in this challenge.
Yes.
It appears Team TD Robotics has dropped the box.
Yeah, but
unfortunately.
it doesn't matter as long as the box is on the robot. I think it doesn't matter, right?
I suppose if they manage to drop it in just the right way, might look.
Oh, I think the team on the white arena has almost completed the hidden task. Team Moya Robotics, yeah. Okay, so they're this. They'll be the first team to complete all the tasks, including the hidden task in the school category. Right, it seems everyone's rooting for Team Robotics, but they've dropped their box. They almost completed with their task,
They've completed this set of tasks, and now we're going to see the second attempt of.
Alright, let's see what's happening in the university end. Team Potato has successfully retrieved 4 boxes. And you can see the clutter on top of their robots. They have 4 boxes. 1 inside the robot itself and 3 on top of their platform. And now they are going on to the 5th box.
I suppose that's another part of the challenge, isn't that right, Samaru? Collecting and storing that many boxes in such a compact design. I really appreciate the unique mechanism they've used with the rotating plane to hold their boxes. Let's see if it really works out.
Yes, actually, this is the first time that I'm seeing a mechanism like that. So they have quite a few levels and
and it appears in the school category, both teams have completed and finished all of their attempts. And now it's over to the judges to mark and evaluate their performance.
Alright, now Team Potato is going on to their 3rd task. For the 3rd task, they have to put at least 1 box into the slot and switch on mechanism to change the light, but before that they are going to complete the hidden task. So for the hidden task, basically what they have to do is measure the distance from the wall to the red cube plate. So in the hidden task, they are trying to measure the distance.
But I believe they actually operated robotic arm and they've just missed the box.
I don't think they did what was expected in the hit.
Ladies and gentlemen, Team Robotics and Team TDbotics have completed their round. Let's have a wonderful round of applause for these 2 teams for completing the task successfully and with speed we haven't seen today. And now let's invite the next 2 school category teams. Team Anuradhaperera C, please approach the stage for the coin toss. I repeat, Team Hexbot and Team Arc Anuradhaperera C, approach the stage for your coin toss.
Empty hearts and neon lights. They're playing with my mind. Gotta get out of here tonight. Oh, I wanna run off and fly. And I'll tell myself it's fine to be alone.
Alright, now we are done. For this round, we are done with all the 2, and we invite 2 teams to come on stage, and then we can go for a fresh round in both university category and the school category.
Sandro, I feel that at this point we've completed 8 different school teams.
Yes.
We've seen 8 different robots, 8 different approaches, and 8 completely different results.
8 school teams, 1 university team, and 1 virtual robot.
1 virtual robot.
And
Now,
we are just in the top of the iceberg. We have a lot more to go today. Let's see how it unfolds.
because Sandro, in the last school category match, we did actually see a team successfully complete all of the tasks, including the hidden tasks.
There was a minor hiccup at the end, but we can say that it completed, right?
It did complete it effectively, and I think that's very impressive. I'm very excited to see how the other teams fare.
Also, I'm not still over the mechanism that Team Potato is having with their boxes collecting. So they have several traps working and storage compartment as well.
It's really an intricate mechanism, but it must be so fine-tuned.
Yes.
Just a slight alignment and the box falls off the robot on haywire.
Yes, imagine the physics that have gone through this, making the platforms and everything.
More.
I think Team Potato is kind of showing off. They've navigated with almost all the tasks, and they've even made a really impressive storage compartment in their robot as well.
And it's impressive, Sandro. Remember, in the first 2 attempts, they got stuck on a dead end, and all hope seemed lost. But in the 3rd attempt, it's successful. The maze, they managed to do
that's the life
task.
lesson, right?
And that's the life lesson. You don't need to give up failure. Like your robot, you too can continue to try and succeed.
Alright, the school category are almost about to start with their calibration.
Bringing in the robots to the stage. We see Team Hexbots on the red track and Arc Anuradhapura C on the white track, just about ready to begin their calibration time.
I mean, look at the youngsters in this team, right?
I mean, honestly, it's a very interesting robot, wouldn't you say, Sandro? It's orange. I believe that's a very unique color. Most of them are very white and PVC based. But
yeah, it's a bit aesthetically pleasing.
I feel the aesthetic of your robot must matter just a little bit, don't you think?
Yeah, it's not just about what the robot do, but also what it looks like, right?
Yeah, it has to do the task, be successful, but also look good while it's doing it.
All right, guys. In the university category, we skipped one team. Team Autonics. Is Team Autonics here? All right, guys, you can come on to the stage. It's your turn now. Team Autonics, you have to wait a bit more till Team Potato is done with their judging.
And school teams are about to start their calibration. And the has begun for the robots.
So Team Hexbots has a really interesting robot. I think it's really neat.
It's very neatly designed. It's very compact.
I think they have 3D printed their enclosure as well.
You know, Sandru, a lot of our robots, at least the ones that I've seen, ones that I've worked on, they're very hastily manufactured, jumper wires everywhere.
They are not pleasing to look at, right?
Yeah, they're not very well
They're not pleasing. Yeah.
I think it's very impressive to see cool category team competing with such a neatly designed and cleanly made robot.
Okay, so the philosophy is it has to work and it also has to look good.
Because after all, it's that enclosure, that presentation, that cleanness of the design is what improves your robotics to the next level.
All right, we are off with the school category competition.
And
Team Hexbots is off to a good start, but it wasn't able to get the Rex box. Let's see.
And the first attempt for Arc Anuradhapura C is over.
Team Hexbots is, I think their algorithm is working perfectly. No, they mixed the... Right, something really interesting happening on the stage.
Team Xbots with their robot, they managed to complete some of the tasks with some stellar speed, wouldn't you say?
There was an issue with the grabbing mechanism, I guess.
Yes.
Apart from that, it was overall smooth.
But they've prioritized speed in their design, while Arc Anuradhapura C seems to have some small issue in navigation.
Yeah, but the grabbing mechanism worked perfectly.
The grabbing mechanism worked perfectly. I think it's a very unique and long developed arm.
Yes.
And we're off seeing Hexbots compete yet again.
I think the issue with Hexbots is that their grabbing mechanism isn't long enough.
And they've come into a slight bit of an issue navigating out of the curved terrain.
Yes, Team Hexbots is going on to their third and final attempt. And also Team Arcadio also going on with their third attempt now.
Let's see which one of the robots manages to successfully complete
Team
these
Arcadio wasn't able to grab the white box, so all their attempts are over now.
And Team Hexbots yet again
Same issue
has
with
just
Team
failed
Hexbots
to grab the box.
I mean, all the grabbing mechanisms are different as well. They all have a separate lever mechanisms going on. I think at the end of the day, that counts as well, right?
That counts as well. It's this grabbing mechanism and this box selection, of course, that seems to really be the deciding factor for these robots.
Yes, definitely.
Now, both teams have completed all three of their attempts. Go to the judges to evaluate their performance.
All right, Team Potato is done with their judging. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a round of applause for the first university category team to complete this? Team Potato. Now we have on stage Team Autonics. It's time for Team Autonics to show their colors on the arena. Alright, so far in this morning sessions we have completed 8 school teams and 1 university category team. So guys, can we have a huge round of applause for every team that has completed on this arena? They have given their maximum effort today and some teams even completed all the tasks. So can we have a huge round of applause?
But ladies and gentlemen, remember, we're only just getting started. There's another 6 school category teams.
This is just the tip of the iceberg that you're seeing now. There are so many more teams to come, and even in the afternoon sessions as well.
Because this is only one of the many rounds we'll be seeing in these competitions.
Yes, we have the quarterfinals and then the finals in the school category. There's so much more to go. Let's see. Now the 2 arenas are being cleaned for the next set of teams.
After all, you have to ensure these arenas are at the same level for each competitor.
Yes.
We won't allow a slight error in the terrain to contribute to mistakes in this challenge. After all, it's robotics. It's very, very precise.
Yes, now the organizing team is giving their best to clean the arenas. This organizing team has given their full effort, sacrificing their personal time.
The organizing team, the technical team, the people who design these arenas and spent painstaking hours designing it, and now even on stage cleaning and making sure it's up to standard. Ladies and gentlemen, I think they deserve a bit of recognition for these efforts.
So can we have another round of applause for the SLRC as well? Given their hours, given their time and sweat to complete all the preparations and all the arenas for these teams to complete it. So can we have a huge round of applause, guys?
Ladies and gentlemen, after all, it's not just the robot, it's the terrain that it goes on that's equally as important.
So if you're wondering about the hidden task in the university category team, so it's not grabbing the red box, it's measuring the distance from this wall to the red box. So in the previous team, I think they mistook the hidden task and they tried to grab the red box. I think that was an issue in their team, right?
Yes, but again, navigating the maze and completing the second task is yet another impressive achievement.
Yes, it's a milestone on itself, right?
It's the first university team. And let's see how the other university teams fare as well. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Hexbots and Team Arc Anuradhaperera C, they've completed their competition. Shall we give them yet another round of applause for completing their tasks? And with that, let's also call the next school category, Controlled Chaos and Line Rover. I repeat, Team Controlled Chaos and Team Line Rover, approach the stage for your coin toss.
So again, we have a fresh set of school teams as well as another new university category team. Let's see how these robots perform on this arena now.
They're currently working in the university team on the calibration and configuration of the virtual robot as well. We're very excited to see if a team makes it to that stage, because I don't think we've ever actually seen a virtual robot task implemented in SLRC before.
Yeah, this is my first time seeing that as
It's
well.
a very unique thing. It's probably a very uniquely difficult challenge as well.
And since this is the first time such a thing is done, I think there's a bit of a resistance to starting the university category teams, because they have to first connect with the virtual robot, right? It's not simple like you can't just come and place the robot in the arena and start the match. You have to connect with the virtual robot as well.
Another layer of complexity. But I believe that's from SLRs. We move ahead with a greater, more difficult challenge, because we expect the level and the standard of these robots to improve as well.
All right, guys. Since there are a new crowd coming into the steel building, let's go over the tasks for the university category. So basically what you have to do is in the first task, you have to navigate a maze. And there are things called the April tags. They are basically QR codes and you have to scan them. So what's happening is simultaneously there's a virtual robot as well as a physical robot. Both the robots have to navigate their individual mazes simultaneously and complete the tasks, all the tasks at the same time. So after going through the first task, in the second task also there are like 6 April tags, but this time those April tags are placed behind some red boxes. So you have to collect the red boxes and then scan the April tags. Then you move on to the hidden task. So I mentioned this earlier as well. In the hidden task, what you have to do is measure the distance from the red box to the wall. And then move on to the final task, that is placing the red boxes you collected in task 2 into a compartment that is able to change the color of the light. So I think it's red now. So when you place, you have to place at least one box and then change. There's some sort of a switching mechanism inside, then change the color. But maximum you have to place only 3 boxes in that compartment and then finish off with all the tasks. That's university category.
And the school category, they've started with their calibration already and they're just trying to make the best use of those 2 minutes that they get.
So do you think this time both the robots, or at least one robot, will be able to complete all the tasks, including the hidden one?
Well, Sandro, I'm very hopeful that that happens.
Alright.
Finished. I think we'll get the answer to your question.
Yes, in a few minutes we'll find out if these 2 teams are able to complete everything. So we see in the university category team as well, they're starting off with their calibration. So the university category is still on their calibration. They haven't started their first attempt yet. And this time also we see that in the university category, the robot is really aesthetically pleasing, right? So they've 3D printed their enclosures and sticking to that philosophy. It's not what the robot can do, but also what the robot looks like.
And Sandro, while we're waiting for these 2 teams to begin, I think I have a bit of a fun fact for you. If you remember from SLRC, well, the challenges last year in 2025, the winners of SLRC 2025 Team 7, a large amount of their members are actually part of the organizing committee and the technical committee this time around. I think really the quality of the arena, quality of SLRC in general this year can be attributed to their efforts.
From Team 7, we have 4 members in the organizing committee spearheading SLRC 2026. I think all the members are here on stage as well. You can try to guess who the members are.
I think that's really an inspiring aspect as well. The efforts that they put into winning SLRC are now manifest in making SLRC better for the next set.
Another thing about Team 7 is I think they are the youngest team who was able to win the university category team.
And now they're really helping guide the next bunch of teams, the school categories, even the university categories. That's really inspirational, wouldn't you say?
Definitely, definitely. Alright, the two school teams that completed previously are done with judging session, and now we can move on to the next round. As the audience, you might all feel a bit boring now because there's nothing happening on the arenas, but it's not about what happens on the arena. There's a whole other judging process as well. The robots are judged on their designs and how they plan to complete the task as well. It's not about completing the task. Am I right?
And just as you say that, Sanuru, they're about to begin with their attempts. Team Control Chaos in the white track, Team Line Rover in the red track. The judges are ready and the robots are off.
Off we go. Now, Team Control Chaos seem to have a bit of an issue with their robot. Let's see.
Team Line Rover has finished their first attempt.
Team Control Chaos is proceeding with their task, but they haven't collected their boxes yet. I think there's a small issue with their code. Going to the boxes with them. Let's see what Team Line Rover can do now. Again, the same issue. It's not able to pick the red box.
It seems that the first task, the picking up of the first box, is really the big
I think
disqualifier.
out of all the tasks, it all boils down to the first one, right?
It's really the most difficult, I feel. Because all the robots we've seen so far, they've navigated the curved path, they've managed to survive the
I think
uneven
Team
terrain.
Line Rover is on their final attempt, and again it's unsuccessful in picking the red box up. On the other end, we have Control Chaos, successful navigating the task, but it's not able to pick the boxes up.
And it appears just to have crashed into the curved path at the very end there,
Yes.
unfortunately. Team Control Chaos with a third and final attempt. Let's hope that they manage to succeed.
The third round might be the lucky one. We saw that in the university category.
We saw that with Team Potato.
Yeah, they completed in their third attempt. Let's see.
It's never over until it's over, isn't that right? They've successfully managed to pick up the box.
Again, in the third attempt, Team Control Chaos now successful navigating. Let's see if it's able to complete the hidden task.
They've dropped off the box, but I don't think that was the right location to drop off the box.
I think they've mixed the direction where they have to drop the box, right?
They navigated past it, but they just passed the magnet location.
Yes, overall it's a solid attempt.
It's a solid attempt, an impressive attempt, especially given how in the first two rounds they couldn't pick up the box.
Yes,
so they managed it in the
exactly.
third. And now it's over to the judges to evaluate their performance.
On the university category, and they're still connecting with the virtual robot. Let's see how it comes up. Alright, now in the university category, we saw Team Potato almost complete all the tasks. So I think it's good if we have a small talk with them and get their experiences, right? So Team Potato, where are you on the audience?
I think they're hiding from us, Sandra. I don't think they want to be.
Team Potato, can we have you on stage for a couple of questions?
Or rather, Sandra, why don't we approach them instead while we're waiting for the university teams and the school teams to finish their marking as the university teams are still configuring. Let's go talk with our first university attempt team.
Team Potato. Team Potato, you can remain in front of the stage. We'll come to you.
So, Sandru, I believe we have Team Potato here. And given that it's our first and the only team to have actually done the university task so far, ask them a few questions. How's that, sir?
Yes, let's do that. So is this your first time competing in SLRC in any year?
Yeah, this is the first time in SLRC.
So, what's your background on robotics? What have you done so far? Is this your first robot, or have you done small personal projects before?
Yeah, we started doing robotics like 6 months ago. Like we had a competition called Robotics, and we started from that, and we decided to go for SLRC 2026.
Right. So this is not your first robot, right? So compared to other competitions, what's different in SLRC? Was it hard? Was it almost the same, or was it easy? What's your opinion?
I mean, it's really good because the tasks were really elaborated really well, because last time we didn't have really much details about the task, so I think the competition was pretty detailed, and that was really good for them.
So did you watch the movie Tron, which is what SLRC is based on, right?
I mean, it's what inspired the tasks. It's really why they have a virtual task. Tell me, how did you feel when they revealed the fact that there was a virtual component for the task this time? Team Potato, how did you plan on approaching that? Or was that just not something you had in mind?
We didn't really had it in mind. We just read through the readme.md in the GitHub and did whatever they asked us to do. So,
I mean, after all, some tasks completed is better than none of them completed. Another thing I'd like to remind you is, on your first 2 attempts, you hit a dead end at the very first task and you got stuck. Is the third attempt surprised all of us. You completed the maze, you selected the a very intricate mechanism. Really, what do you have to say about that? How did you manage to really turn the tables in the third attempt?
Initially one of our top sensors were damaged, and we managed to figure out that after second attempt. So after that, it was smooth sailing on the task one.
Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? It's not your first attempt that decides it all. With the first attempt, they figured out the error. The second attempt, they worked on fixing it. And in the third attempt, they actually managed to complete some of the tasks.
You all had a solid round now. So how do you feel about it? Will you win, or what's your feeling about the competition? How's your performance so far?
Not really happy because we planned to do the task 3 as well. One of our IR sensors were down. That's why we didn't do the task 3. So yeah, not really happy.
Yeah, but it was a solid round.
It was a solid performance. And before we go, I have to ask the most crucial question. Why did you pick your team name as Team Potato? I think we're all in the audience wondering why. Do you have anything to say about that, or are you going to keep it mysterious?
For now, we will keep it a mystery.
SLRC 2027, and maybe with the same team name, next time you'll explain why you named it.
Alright, good luck guys.
There's a distance between us. It's getting hard to reach out. Haven't seen you in seasons, but all I hear is your voice. I know my limits, you can break me down, but I'll stay till the finish line. And I've been counting minutes for quite some time now, just to see you again. And I've been counting days to get away, to see you again, see you again. Been fighting ways to get away, to see you again.
Alright guys, we are almost done with the morning session. So can we have a huge round of applause for the teams who have completed so far? Come on guys, a huge round of applause.
Yes, Sandro, I'd like to mention the two school teams that just completed, Team Control Chaos and Team Line Rover. I believe they deserve their own special round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, let's clap and bring our hands together for Team Control Chaos and Team Line Rover for completing their tasks.
Alright, now we'll be having a small session. We'll be handing over to the MCs, Nesit and Ravisha. Thank you guys.
We kindly invite our judges to return to their seats before we begin the keynote session. As we stand at the peak of SLRC 2026, it is only fitting that we hear from someone who lives and breathes innovation. Our keynote speaker today is a man dedicated to making science accessible and captivating for everyone.
An experienced lecturer, a data scientist, and a premier tech communicator, he has spent years inspiring the next generation to look beyond the code and see the impact. To share his insights on the evolving landscape of robotics and AI, please welcome to the stage Mr. Malinda Alahakon.
Hello, it's working. All right, I hope you guys are having a really good time and you came here to see some action, but I have a really little window, like 20 minutes, to give you guys some insight about the future of robotics. And you are here because you are interested about robotics, and my job as a science communicator and a teacher to show you the possible next evolution of this technology. So I'll take this time to show you some stuff that's supposed to happen in robotics beyond automation and all the cool stuff that we are doing today. So in the next few years, maybe in the next decade, we'll be using robotics to automate lots of things, lots of tedious stuff that we do every day. Then we can get some headspace and do important stuff. We can pay attention to more important things. That's exactly what we are trying here. We are trying to perfect robotics, and we are doing these line following robots. These things are already there in the industries. Lots of industries, even in Sri Lanka. But now that we are going through this AI evolution, at a certain point we figured out that we can train a large language model, which apparently have I said apparently because we don't know that for sure. But what we did was, like before 2019, 17, we were trying to train language models, but we had lots of problems with the computation power and the architecture. In 2017, the good engineers came up with this cool idea called transformers. So then all of a sudden, lots of things got unlocked. The OpenAI, they scaled the whole thing. They scraped the entire internet and feed that data, the billions of tokens, into large language model. And so we have ChatGPT. So that's the ChatGPT moment in artificial intelligence. So pretty much the entire world saw that, okay, we can build some kind of intelligence. From that point onward, we were continuing to scale everything. We were feeding this model with tons of data. But where did this data came from? That's the actual question we have to answer. So as humans, we are explorers. We go everywhere, collect data in visual format and sensory formats, multiple sensory formats. Then at a certain point, we started documenting everything using our complex language. Then when we are training artificial intelligence, what we actually did was we fed that documented data into these language models. Then they have the knowledge we had. But in 2023, 24, that time, lots of scientists predicted that we'll face this problem that we'll run out of data, because we have a certain amount of data on internet, and we have certain amount of data as research papers, books and stuff. But at a certain point, we'll definitely run out of data. So then what are we going to do? How are we going to teach these language models? So then in some areas, we can use synthetic data. That means we are asking the AI to generate more data to train more AI. We can do those stuff with coding and mathematics and that kind of stuff where we can have verifiable outputs. But with writings, images, videos, it's pretty difficult. So, and we are trying to build world models. We are trying to build autonomous vehicles. To do all of those stuff, we need way more data. So, to collect data, we have to move around. We have to see things, we have to touch things, we have to taste things and document it, and then only we can feed those stuff into large language model. That's a huge bottleneck. So these robots in the next few years will become explorers like humans. They'll go out and collect data using all the sensors they have, like LiDAR, sonar, radar, and images, videos. They'll collect tons of data about the universe that we are living in. Then we can feed those data into large language models. So that's going to be probably the next frontier in robotics. And the robotic industry is looking for the ChatGPT moment. At a certain point, we'll get it. So in automation, we'll see some kind of ChatGPT moment in robotics. So we have two different tracks actually. So we have this kind of smart devices and we have humanoid robots. If I have to bet my money on something, I'll bet my money on smart devices, not humanoid robots. Because humanoid robots are there for a very specific reason, because the entire world we are living in is designed for humans. All the doors, chairs and cars and everything is designed for human usage. So when we are trying to automate all of those stuff, we have to build humanoid robots. There's a transition period, but at a certain point we can transform the entire environment to be smarter. Then the doors will be different, our vehicles will be different, lots of things will be different, and they'll be fully automated and we'll be living in that world. And maybe in the next few decades, we'll go and build a colony on Moon, maybe Mars. So the first people will go there will be robotic explorers, robotic workers. So they have to go there and build the world for humans. For that we need humanoid robots. That's exactly why those two tracks exist. Humanoid robots are there and the smart devices are there. But the next frontier would be most certainly robotics as explorers. I had that image. Can I get that on screen? There you go. So we are running out of data. We call that the data wall. And as a solution to this, we can go out more, we can explore more, we can build more telescopes, send those to orbits and collect more data. Yes, but what if we can build swarms of robots with lots of different sensors that we don't have? Like, let's say James Webb Space Telescope can see in infrared, which we can't. And there are several other telescopes can see in X-ray, which we can't. So we can collect tons of data about this universe. And LIGO and Virgo collecting data about universe in gravitational waves. So we can feed all of those data into a large language model. Actually, I strongly recommend all of you to read this academic essay written by Richard Sutton, Canadian scientist, computer scientist. He said that if we truly want to build any kind of intelligence, we have to treat it like an intelligent being. We have to let it grow. We have to let it explore the world. So that would be the next frontier of robotics. So all of you are enthusiasts, but like you have this huge enthusiasm of robotics, like you have built cool stuff here. I'm surprised. I didn't expect this kind of stuff here. So at a certain point, you'll be building robots to collect data. And that's already happening. Let's say you are driving a Tesla, and the Tesla is driving, you are driving the Tesla and the Tesla driving itself. In both the cases, the vehicle is collecting lots of data about the roads and the pedestrian and other vehicles and how the road conditions are. So those data will be fed into another model and it's iteratively improving. So we have to build more stuff like that. And just imagine, you guys are building a swarm of robots and sending the swarm of robots to Moon, Mars and beyond, and they are collecting information about the universe so we can get a better picture about the universe, and then we can build better theories. And at a certain point, robotics and artificial intelligence, robotics will feed data into artificial intelligent models, then they'll iteratively improve and they'll build new physics theories, new biological theories. Those things are already sort of happening. I and watch this documentary called AlphaFold. It's about AlphaFold, published by DeepMind, as I remember. AlphaFold came up with a new discovery about protein folding, and that actually won Nobel Prize. And that Nobel Prize is supposed to go to this AI that came up with this idea, but we don't really have that kind of system. But AI is trained by humans and human data, and they came up with the discovery. So that went to the computer scientist who built the AI, which actually did the discovery. So these things are already happening. So at a certain point, robotic explorers will go and explore the world, and artificial intelligence, AI models, not the transformers, maybe a different model, maybe Titans, I don't know, explore. Then they'll be continuously learning with that data, and there will be AI scientists who are building new theories. Models will give us solution to our problems, and there will be a point, and the solution is actually working, and it's productive, and we don't know why it's working. That point is like in the horizon, maybe in the next few decades. So probably you will be doing that that kind of miracles. So let's say Albert Einstein came up with this idea of theory of relativity, the space-time continuum, space-time fabric, and its curving. So how many of you guys truly understand it? Like, what does it mean by space-time fabric and its curvature and the gravity and stuff? You may have some idea because you are here, but lots of people don't understand it, but we are using it in lots of consumer applications. So we don't understand it, but still we can use it. There will be a point, AI will teach us things, and we will build tools, and those tools are actually working, but we truly don't understand how those tools are working, but the AI does. So that point is waiting. For that to happen, we need way more data. And as humans, yes, there are 8 billion humans on this planet, but we are not very efficient at collecting more data about the universe. We have to build explorers. So if you guys are interested in robotics, your next target should be to build robots to collect data. That means autonomous robotic explorers, and that data will go into language models, AI models, and they'll be training, and that would probably be the next generation of artificial intelligence and robotics. And in the next 10 years, there will be 5 industries which will have more than 10%, maybe way more than 10% CAGR, cumulative annual growth rate. That would be artificial intelligence, robotics, biotech, blockchain, and renewable energy storage. So you guys are already in one, so pay attention to the next evolution. So that's exactly what I wanted to tell you, that robotics is not only about automation. Yes, we had to figure out lots of things in automation, humanoid robots, smart devices, whole world. But the next point would be, we are building autonomous explorers to collect data, and we'll feed that data into AI models to train them, so we can achieve the next level of artificial intelligence, which will probably be better than natural intelligence. So that's the message I want to give you guys, and that's it. Thanks.
So could you please return on stage to receive a token of appreciation? And to present the token, I would like to invite the chairperson of SLRC 26, Mr. Jeevant Sanduran, on stage. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, man.
Thank you, Mr. Malin, for that truly insightful session. Your perspective on the intersection of science, communication, and cutting-edge techs is exactly that kind of inspiration our young innovators need as they head into the final challenges of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, one more round of applause for Mr. Alahakon, please.
That concludes an intense morning of competition. The robots have performed, the code has been tested, and now it's time for a much-needed system reboot.
Engineering is hungry work, and we've made sure you're fueled for the afternoon sessions. If you head outside the main arena, we have an incredible lineup of food waiting for you.
Whether you're craving a classic from Burger King, something spicy from Kottumi, or a quick sweet treat from Ritzbury, there is plenty to keep your energy levels high.
But don't just stop at the food. While you eat, we highly encourage everyone, competitors and guests, to explore the public exhibition area.
It's a fantastic opportunity to see some of the most innovative tech projects from across the country up close. Who knows, you might just find the inspiration for your next big build right there.
Enjoy your meal and the exhibition. But remember, precision timing is key in robotics and in our schedule. We need everyone back in their seats and ready to roll by 12:45 p.m. sharp.
Enjoy your meal, network with your fellow innovators, and we'll see you back here shortly for the continuation of the Sri Lankan Robotics Challenge. A kind request to everyone present, please refrain from having any food or beverages inside the auditorium.
So it could be time demand, there could be deadlines. So we might have a proper, we should have a proper project management or product charts or any kind of a tool organize this particular management activities. So the organizing is the second thing that you need. I would say the leadership, because it's always a teamwork and you might get a team to work for you. So as a leader, you should have leadership skills. It's not just demanding, it's not just ordering. So you need to be a real team player. You should guide them, motivate them, and give them the necessary working their targets in your day-to-day life and in your venture. Some of these startups or entrepreneurships probably depending on labor as well. So finding the correct skills, retaining these right skills, remunerating them, and get the real job done is really necessary. So leadership is the third component you need to have. So the fourth component would be the decision making. Sometimes somewhere down the line, we'll say you're producing this particular interesting product. Somewhere down the line, the customer needs get changed. Customers might demand something else. So their patterns would different. So you need to change your product, or you need to change your customer base, the way you sell the product, the marketing plans. So at that point, you need to take decisions. So some of these decisions would come with data. Of course, a lot of companies now use this data. You all know engineers, data analysis. So they give the predictive results to understand these customer demands and patterns. So that is one way of taking decisions about the demands and the decision making. So there will be an element of data driven decision making, but rest of the decision making sometimes you don't have to take an assessment and estimate. So this judgmental decision making you need the experience to have. So that is why while working so it would help you on the decision making. So that decision making I see as the fourth element. And the fifth element is of course the financial management, which is developed to me and as a CA, chartered accountants. The financial management, if you are basically running a business, you need to have basic literacy as well, put things into perspective, show your results to populate a small cash flow budget. Sometimes the working capital is a tight requirement, because if you do not manage this working capital or if you go for excessive borrowings, so at one point you might get stuck. So however much the brilliant not manage these financials properly, sometimes it may not be successful. So basically this is also a bigger piece. And the last component is the communication. You need to have very effective communication, especially to reach to your customers, all your stakeholders, to tell your story to the customers the way necessary to them. So the communication is what mode of communication that you're going to use for that particular aspect. So those are the 6 elements: the planning, decision planning, organizing, decision making, leadership, financial management, and communication. Economically as well, which your passion would convert it to monetary terms. So those are essential. And to get to that journey there, you need to definitely involve projects like this. You need to see the competition. You need to get practical exposure out of these events. So that is very important. And also the second thing, you need to build network very successful. So basically, who is a successful sometimes business person? Not the person who has the best idea, the best innovative idea. The person who managed that particular idea very well would be finally successful in terms of the business world. So keep working on your dreams. I'm sure it's very interesting. And to convert it to reality, remember the components that I talked about. I don't want to repeat it with the time constraints. So basically, keep working on that. Definitely, one fine day, you will come up with a really successful entrepreneur, startup business, or even if you are pursuing a career, you'll be very successful with all that. So that's all. Thank you very much for everyone. I know I was a bit of a disruptor because I was talking a very different subject altogether, while you keep waiting eagerly with your further proceedings. So have a great evening. Thank you very much.
So could you please return on stage to receive a token of appreciation, please? And to present the token, I would like to invite the Secretary of SLRC 26, Ms. Netme Pathirana, on stage.
Thank you, Mr. Damit Gamage, for sharing those insights with us. We appreciate your contribution to today's program. Now, it's time to refocus on the arena. Our teams have had their final preparations and the hardware is ready for the next round of challenges.
To resume with the competition, I kindly invite all the judges back on stage.
So now, I hope you all have refueled, re-energized, and taken this chance to reboot your systems. And now, we'd like to get back to the action. So,
in the school category, as per the judges' decisions, there will be a rematch between the teams between team ARC Anuradhaperera C and Hexbots. I invite those two teams onto the stage.
and for the university category, I would now like to invite Team Autonics. Team Autonics. And I'd also like to remind you, we have exhibition going downstairs. So that's an entirely different set of projects. Now you all have seen like how when the problem has been defined, these teams have come up with wonderful solutions for them. If you go downstairs, you will be able to experience how teams have taken the liberty of defining their own problems to some worthwhile problems and come up with different solutions for them. And you all have the chance to go and witness that as well while the competitions are going on here.
Yes, Meta. I saw a few cool inventions downstairs. A refrigerator, a mini refrigerator to help in this stifling heat these days, and a black box for the cars, and there was so many cool things downstairs. So I hope you can go and visit them and understand a little more about those innovations.
And that refrigerator would have been certainly so helpful these last few days. I had that in the boarding these few days.
Exactly.
So the school team seems to be getting ready, and the university category team is currently setting up their bots. And just for the benefit of the audience, I'd like to remind you, two school category teams will be taking part at the same time. They'll be racing against each other. And in the meantime, the university category people will be racing against the clock. Not to mention on the physical arena, but they also have to conquer a completely different challenge on the virtual arena as well. And for that, they'll be using the coordinates obtained from this maze so that they can guide the robot in their virtual maze. So one of the main challenges of this entire thing is the teams haven't really had time to completely do a trial run. So most of these teams had to overcome this challenge on the spot. And I think even in real life, when you're designing robots, there are certain instances. Let's say you're designing a robot for Mars, then you can only design it on Earth and you can only trial run during the mission itself. So that's the skill that they are building here.
Yes, Meta. Coming to a solution on the spot is very different than thinking about a problem for a long time, and ideas come to you when you least expect it and you have time to figure them out, write them down and figure out an answer. But in a time crunch, and especially when you're nervous, it can feel very nerve-wracking as well.
And now the teams Hexbots and Anuradhaperera seem to be ready to start.
While the school category races are going on, we have Team Autonics starting their attack. You can see the robot starting up beautifully as it prepares to go on this journey in this arena. And on this screen over here, you can see the digital mapping of the robot as well. This is the real world of the arena, and this is the digital world where it has to decode those April tags and find the location it has to go and complete its journey.
Team Robotics is off the mark and they are approaching the very first QR code.
They have successfully scanned the first two April tags, and now the robot is moving through the maze. Sandaru and Oshan mentioned earlier, I can't help but admire how compact and how pleasing to the eyes this robot is. There are no jumping wires outside and it's very compact, and yeah, the beauty is unmatched.
And Team Robotics is ready for their second attempt. And off the line it goes. And it has successfully retrieved the red box. And it's going wonderfully over the uneven terrain. Has detected the grid. And it places the red box in the correct place. Although it was unable to pick up the next one, but a wonderful attempt nonetheless. And Team Anuradhaperera is also off the line.
So far it feels rather smooth sailing for Team Robotics as their first attempt in the maze continues to go successfully.
The Team Robotics were not able to pick up the red box, but they have successfully crossed the terrain.
And now we invite Team ARC Anuradhaperera A and Team K-Bot for the school category competition. Team ARC Anuradhaperera A and Team K-Bot. Please, the leaders of each team come onto the stage.
So far, Team Autonics seems to be doing a great job navigating this maze. We'll have to wait and see to see how well they have managed to decode the April tags once they enter the virtual arena. One thing that I haven't really mentioned is just how well the robot seems to be made by Team Moratuwa. I couldn't even see the arms before they had been retracted. It seemed to be just part of the human being.
I agree with you, Metal. It's very beautiful to see.
Seems to have decoded another April tag. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, Team Anuradha seems to have successfully traversed the entire maze. Now we wait to see how well it can complete the rest of the tasks and carry the red boxes. And with that, now Team Anuradha's robot has successfully entered the second part of the challenge. And it has such smooth motion in the meantime as well. Personally, I have to say, like, out of all the designs that I've seen so far, at least aesthetically, this one is my favorite.
Yeah, it looks very beautiful, the way it smoothly travels between those walls and the way it moves. Yeah, it's very nice to see.
Such perfect symmetry as well, and I really hope they can move on to the next task. I'm really excited to see how far they are able to progress in this challenge.
They very successfully concluded the task 1 of this challenge, and now we see them moving towards task 2, moving the boxes and scanning some more April tags.
Such smooth motion, you can see now the robot is definitely ready to pick up those boxes.
The design is very compact and well thought out. I appreciate that.
choke you down just like a pill.
Out of all the designs so far, which do you think seems to be like the best thought out concept? They seem to be tackling the same kind of challenges in different ways. Do you think one of them is superior to the others?
I think each of them have come up with beautiful solutions, each of their own, and they've mastered their solutions perfectly. As the university matches go on, we can see that the school category team have started their calibration.
And the school category team seems to be finishing up with their calibration, which is really important for these IR sensors to be able to detect the maze properly.
As Oshan and Sundar said earlier, this is a very important step before the start of the race.
And now the team Autonics will restart the attempt.
Let's see how their second attempt goes.
And both the school category teams are off already.
Team Anuradhaperera seems to be getting stuck near the walls, near the uneven terrain, as Team K-pop seems to be struggling with grabbing the box. Let's see how it goes from here.
I'm alone, I'm a broken home. I gave you all the bricks that I own and know. I'm letting go, I'm breaking these walls down, breaking these walls down. If you want adventure, then fly to home. But if you wanna travel, then go alone. Yeah, what's the point in us if I never know? Yeah, if you're gonna leave, I'ma let you go. I'm tired of the pain. Go away.
And now Team Autonics have begun their second attempt. Let's see how far it manages to get this time.
I fell where my demons dwell. My own little nightmare, I call it hell. Oh well, it's time to get back up, climbing and climbing. I'm done with this ride. It's what I tell
I can't really help but notice the difference in size between the team Anuradhaperera robot and the team K-board robot, but as we've seen earlier, the size is not directly proportional for the performance. So let's see how their final attempt goes.
I'm tired of the pain. Go
In the meantime, though, Team Robotics seems to be doing a wonderful job traversing the maze for the second time. This is something else that I want to bring your attention to. Do you realize just how much the lighting conditions and the shadows in the arena affect the performance of these robots?
I think they have to go through a lot of calibration and a lot of refining to make sure that the lighting, the shadows and all the conditions in this arena does not affect the robot's performance, because they've spent a lot of time developing these things, and something like weird lighting affecting the performance is not something you want in a competition like this, don't you think so?
Yeah, but at the same time it will be affecting everything from the IR sensors, the color sensors, and sometimes even just judging the distance become difficult. But they seem to be managing that hurdle perfectly so far.
Yeah, they are very ahead in that department, as we can see.
And now Team Robotics seems to be gently making its way to the second task set by the challenge. Let's see how far they're able to go this time.
While trying to make a very precise robot, I think Team Robotics has compromised a little bit of their speed. So they are in a little bit of a time crunch as they have only 5 more minutes remaining. Let's see how they fare.
Yes, but at the moment you have to compliment just how good that robot looks and just how good Like it looks just moving, such smooth motions, such smooth rotations.
I think the compromise is worth it for this beautiful execution.
The gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should go.
And I think our school category teams are ready to make their final attempt. Let's see how far they're able to progress this time. Ooh, Team Keyboard made an attempt to grab the wrong block. It seems to have gone past that for now. And Team Robotics has made its way to the task 2 section of the arena. Let's see how far they're able to go now.
Team Keyboard reached for the right box, but it was unsuccessful at grabbing it, sadly.
Regardless, though, I really have to compliment the Team Keyboard's design. They seem to have printed some of the components and have embraced their own design.
Yeah, it's very compact and very pleasing to the eye. Yes, I have to agree.
There's the little touch of them designing their own logo for the robot as well.
Yeah, it's very admirable, especially because these are such young innovators, and it's very admirable that they can do so many amazing things at such a young age.
I really would not have even imagined doing this kind of thing when I was their age.
I was watching cartoons and with my feet up in the sofa when I was 13. Yeah, it's very nice to see. It looks like they won't be having enough time for a third attempt, which is very unfortunate actually.
But they seem to be getting so close to grabbing that red box. I really wish I would have been able to see that.
Yeah, let's see how the judges will evaluate them.
We have to remind everybody, the judges are not evaluating just their performance on the arena. They are also considering how well thought out their designs are, and then how well they seem to have executed on their concepts, how well they understand the problem, the scope of it, and how well they understand their own solutions.
Yeah, and even though they might not execute the tasks perfectly, they have still built such nice hardware designs and programmed the bots as well. So the judges will be evaluating that as well.
And now we invite Team Bumblebee from the university category. Team Bumblebee.
For the next round from the school category, we invite the teams Seeker and Sin Vexi to the stage. Team Seeker and Sin Vexi. Please come onto the stage.
And our organizing committee is shuffling the positions of the April tags in between challenges. This will of course mean that the path that each and every single team has to take through the digital maze will be unique to each and every single competitor. So we get to see the digital arena in action. I'm hopeful that at least one of our competitors will be able to progress far enough such that they may be able to attempt that challenge as well.
Yeah, I hope so too. As you can see, the destinations of the April tag switch with every round, so it will make the challenge even harder for the university students, but let's see how they fare.
And I think it's a really unique concept as well, merging a physical and digital challenge at the same time. And there's also a sense of collaboration because the robot that's traveling over the physical arena is supposed to guide the robot in the digital maze. It's supposed to be sort of this guiding light so that the digital robot is able to make its way successfully through all the points. And if it is able to simultaneously enter the final square along with the physical robot, then that will award them the most marks.
Yeah, the concept around those two arenas are very intriguing, as you can see.
And I think it's also remind me one of the most important principles in engineering as well, collaboration. This is a form of collaboration between the physical robot and the digital robot. And even these teams, none of them would have been able to build such magnificent creations on their own. It's a teamwork, the diverse set of skills that each and every single person brings to the table that allow them to combine their talents and skills and hard work and make a final product that was worth enough to attend the arena.
Yes, I agree with you, Mata.
And we'd also like to ask Team Ketakaru to please wait on standby while the calibration in the stage happens, and then we'll be calling into the stage straight after.
In the school category, we can see that Team Seeker and Sin Vexi are doing the final calibrations in their robots.
In the meantime, our organizing committee is making sure that not a single scrap of dust is left over on the arena after each and every single attempt. This is to make sure that each and every single competitor gets an absolute fair shot and none of them are hindered by factors outside their control.
Yeah, by cleaning these arenas regularly, the first competitor and the last competitor will get the same conditions to compete in.
This will be the last round of the school category competition before we move on to the quarterfinals. And so we patiently wait while the round starts for Team Seeker and Team Stream Let's See. Personally, I'm really excited to find out how these last guys are going to fare out. have you noticed there's something rather unique about the Streamback C design?
I can't see anything special.
Do you realize which way the grabber hand of the robot is faced? I've seen most of them carry it at their front, but this time they seem to have made a little change and kept it at the back. We'll see how that functions in practice.
Oh yeah, that's very interesting as well. Both of these designs look rather similar to me for some reason. They're in similar size, aren't they? They look to be in similar size, don't they?
Yeah, I can definitely notice that as well. I'm just wondering though, if they're able to build something like this at such a young age, what will they be able to create when they come to our age, like if they were to join the University of Moratuwa?
They will surely be competing in the SLRC university category as well in a few years, I think.
Yeah, I don't even think they'll need to wait that long if they're progressing at this rate.
Yeah, I agree with you.
They'll be one of those people like who are just known for just going out of the uni, having accomplished all of this stuff. Like by the time they come to the university, it seems to be like they finish most of what they need to learn from here.
Yeah, because self-studying is a key part in university education. And if you are already self-learning at such a young age and building these things, you are already a step ahead of all of your peers.
In the meantime, while we wait for the next set of competitors, I'd like to remind you all that we are in the company of the esteemed winners of the previous edition of SLRC. So Tislaka, I'd like to ask you some questions regarding that as well. Here we have one of the members of the winning team. So what do you feel about this edition of SLRC?
So I have to mention 3 of the 5 people in our team is in ENDC now. I think that's something special to mention. And it's a great opportunity to be a part of the organizing committee of this kind of a prestigious event. And yeah, really happy about it.
I'd also like to get your thoughts on what you feel like you learned from competing and winning the previous edition of the SLRC and how it has helped you in the present while in your department work or in other different projects that you are involved in.
Yeah, so in the journey of developing our robot, we learned many things, including not just about electronics and mechanical and stuff like that, but teamwork and problem solving and stuff like that as well. And that gave us many life lessons as well. I think that was a great journey. Yeah.
And any of those lessons that you learned that you like to especially impart to the people who have come to compete here today, or whoever might be in the audience who are thinking like, I've seen what these guys are doing, I kind of want to start doing something like this as well, but I'm not entirely sure where to start. Do you have any particular advice for those kinds of people?
So I think deciding to take part in such a competition is also a win. Like if you are already competing, you are already in the path, and I think that's a great thing. Yeah.
Thank you very much for your thoughts, and it was really insightful talking to you as well. And I hope those of you in the audience also gain something from this wisdom. In the meantime, Team Bumblebee seemed to be almost ready their attempt, and we wait for them to come to the arena. And now the school category teams are off. Team Srinivasi seem to be going straight, and it has just about missed the box. And now both teams are prepared for the second attempt. And Team Srinivasi is off again. Let's hope for the luck this time. They have unfortunately just about missed again.
It looks like a small miscalculation to us, but they've actually worked so hard on these projects.
But they seem to be going quite well over the uneven terrain. Let's see how far they're able to make it.
Yeah, let's see how they move past this wall.
Unfortunately, that's the end of that attempt, but we hope they still have one more attempt remaining. And now Team Srinivasi has begun their third attempt. In the meantime, Team Bumblebee are ready for their attempt. So I would like to kindly invite Team Ketakaruo onto the stage so that they may prepare for their round by it's okay, wait.
It seems like Team Seeker is done with all three of their attempts, and Team Srinivasi is going forward with their attempts now. That marks the end of the first round of the school category competitions. After the judges are done evaluating these teams, we will then move forward to the quarterfinals in the school category teams.
And with that, now we have concluded the school category elimination rounds. We have seen some wonderful creations by these youngsters who are not even at the university level yet, but they managed to overcome this actually quite difficult maze by coming up with their own unique solutions, employing their own ingenuity. And it's not even something that could be considered trivial for us university students. So I think can I please have a massive round of applause to all the school category competitors. Now the attempt has officially begun for Team Bumblebee. We would now like to kindly invite Team Ketakaru to the stage. The arena is yours.
Meta, I can't help but notice there are so many unique and wonderful team names in this competition.
Yeah, definitely. Like, I know for a fact that each and every single one of those teams seems to have some kind of funny backstory, inside joke that's hidden in them. I definitely want to go around and ask each and every single team, at least in private, just to see what the joke inside or whatever the backstory, or just a random piece of information like they might have considered to come up with such unique names.
Yeah, we have to at least find a few backstories because Ketakaru and Shridwexi, these are so unique and I haven't heard of those names before.
There's definitely going to be some juicy stories to be heard here.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah. Unknown brain.
I'd like to take this opportunity to remind you all that the school category quarterfinals will begin shortly. This time, the very best of these youngsters will face off against each other, not just in a single arena, but both of them will have the opportunity to compete on both arenas to make sure each and every single variable is kept constant and each and every single team receives the same absolute fair chance to showcase the performance of their robots. I'd also like to give a special shout out to our timing judges who are doing quite a difficult task indeed to make sure that they capture each and like the exact specific millisecond that the challenges start and finish their respective attempts, because these guys have a massive responsibility given to them to make sure that each and every single competitor is given a fair chance. And have you thought about joining a competition like this?
I don't think I'm at the skill level yet, so I would consider joining the next SLRC. We'll see.
Does it have something to do with what Tisirika said earlier?
Maybe it does, yeah. Have you?
I mean, I definitely got a lot of ideas from looking at these robots. I'm interested in trying out at least a couple of those ones.
Yeah, I would like to learn about some of these stuff and implement them in real life as well. It looks interesting.
Seeing these guys come and take the initiative to try out something like this has definitely inspired me, and I know it has definitely inspired at least a few people in the audience as well.
Yeah, because there are so many new ideas, so many new concepts, and I hope you had some inspiration from them to go home and try out a few.
And I think that's like the main benefit of holding competitions like this. You have school children coming here and seeing what sort of opportunities are available for them at the universities, and then their respective classmates can hear about what they've accomplished here as well. That motivates even more people to try things like this. That's why you have people like us who are in the University of Moratuwa, because at some stage in our lives we were inspired by something or another like this. That's why we decided to work hard and come here. That's the main benefit I see from SLRC. We inspire all of these people who have worked tirelessly day and night. Their only hope is that holding such events inspires school children to achieve their dreams, and it inspires even university students to go further with their craft. Something, this might be just like a university level competition, but this might be the base that they build on to invent something possibly quite amazing in the future. It's people like this who end up at places like NASA and invent rockets, Mars rovers. Each and every single one of them started somewhere like this, maybe in an arena.
Yeah, maybe the next Mark Webber, the next big inventors are sitting right here with us in this room. Who knows?
I definitely hope so.
Team Ketakaru seems to be working hard at connecting their physical robot to the digital world and make that connection, because this challenge consists of two main parts, the physical arena and the digital arena. Because with the April tags you read from this physical arena, you have to decode them using pre-given tags, pre-given keys, and decode them to uncover the locations you have to go to in the digital world to escape from the digital world and come to the real world.
But in order for them to even attempt the challenge in the digital domain, they must first complete the task in the physical domain. That's, I think, the reason we haven't been able to see anybody attempting the digital maze as of yet. But with the number of competitors left, I really hope that we get a chance to see somebody take the opportunity to actually make use of the April tags that each and every single team has worked so hard to try and decode. It's not even just the work done in this arena today, but they've been given the necessary clues to unlock the key necessary to be able to decode the April tags well in advance by challenges held previously before today.
Yes, as you can see, there's a very different level of skill required for this university level task, because we have to go through the physical arena and also near the finish line in the digital arena as well.
Not only that, one of the unique challenges of the university category arena is that they have to design the robot in a way that they're able to hold multiple boxes at once, even though they are only supposed to put a maximum of 3 into the detector. They still have to try and lift each and every single box to be able to read the April tags underneath. So different people have so far come up with different solutions to be able to do that. We saw Team Autonics had these rails that they were prepared to use to store the boxes. Before that, Team Potato had like a chute that they were dropping the boxes into. I think that particular challenge has enabled a wide variety of variations to emerge from different robots to overcome this particular obstacle.
I'm very excited to see the new and various methods other teams have come up to solve this particular challenge.
Also, in the same spirit, each and every single competitor who manages to store these blocks have to also find a way to eject them, not just haphazardly, but they have to be able to insert them into that detector,
which is the key to the physical world.
And I think we have noticed that some competitors seem to be also struggling with the hidden challenge. That in and of itself is the difficulty associated with such a hidden challenge. That's a reason to raise the stakes. Some people have opted to concentrate quite hard on the hidden challenge. Sometimes that might have compromised the overall run, but some have decided to completely ignore the hidden challenge, and that has sometimes allowed them to be able to complete the core task successfully. I think it's an interesting compromise that they choose to make.
What do you think is a better choice? To ignore the hidden task and do the other 3 tasks perfectly, or give the hidden task a go and risk messing up the next task?
If you were so confident in your design that you're able to complete the overall challenge, would you take that risk?
I don't think so.
Yes, but if somebody was confident to that level and they were still able to complete the hidden task, you just imagine how glorious that would be.
The concept is very intriguing. I have to agree with you. The hidden task is extremely challenging because you already built the hardware, you coded the software, and now you are here and they give you a whole new task and you are under a time crunch and you have to figure out how to solve this new challenge.
At least from a hardware perspective, they don't have to change anything because the organizing committee has made sure that whatever hardware that they have implemented to be able to complete the previous challenges will be sufficient to complete the hidden challenge.
Yes, I agree.
I personally think it's quite exciting that they are adding this element of risk into the overall challenge. This way you have to take a gamble whether you take the safe points or whether you risk it all for everything.
Team Ketakaru are working very hard at connecting their bot to the Wi-Fi network right now.
And Team Ketakaru is ready to begin their calibration. Like I mentioned before, Team Ketakaru seems to have found their own solution for storing these boxes. Have you noticed like the tracks that they have laid out?
It looks very interesting. I can't wait to see it in action.
And it's off. And I think it's the first time I've seen a rotary camera being employed.
And it's moving rather fast as well compared to the robots we saw in the first few attempts.
And it made this really nice maneuver to be able to get out of that tight spot. Seems to be scanning ferociously for any sign of those April tags each and every single time it moves a single square.
With their nails done.
And you can see that, did you notice that little green bulb light up the moment it detected that April code?
Yeah, the light shift from blue to green, right?
Yeah.
The camera movement is very interesting as well.
And it has detected one more April tag. This is getting exciting.
He successfully completed the task 1, and let's see how the robot fares in task 2.
and it has successfully decoded the final April tag of task 1. And ladies and gentlemen, it has successfully entered task 2, and it seems to have configured itself as necessary to meet the unique challenges presented in this particular case.
It successfully picks up the first box.
Perfect placement.
Are the grids place markers for the 6 boxes?
Yes, you can see it, right? Let's see how many of them they'll be able to pick up.
They are indeed place markers.
This is definitely the most exciting one so far. I think you would agree.
The arm movements are very exciting to see in action as we expected. Third one in the bag as well.
And ladies and gentlemen, with that it has successfully retrieved the 4th red box.
4 done and 2 more to go.
I have a feeling this might be our first completionist yet.
Let's not jinx it now, shall we? I can't help but admire how neat the storage of the boxes are.
And its movements seem to be extremely precise.
There goes the 5th. In goes the last one. All 6 boxes are collected perfectly. Task 2 successfully completed.
And it's approaching task 3. Let's hope that everything goes well at this stage. It has approached the bridge.
I don't know why, but I feel very nervous for them right now.
So close. But they still have more chances.
The first attempt was missed. Let's see how the next one goes. A small miscalculation. We can all feel the disappointment in the crowd. But it's not over yet, ladies and gentlemen. There are 4 more boxes left.
So close again.
So close yet so far. I would like to remind you, if they succeed at inserting at least one box into this tunnel, they will complete task 3 while switching the switch here.
And they have successfully managed to place one of the red boxes into the chute.
Again, so close yet so far.
But still though, they managed to put 2 of the boxes completely inside the chute almost. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, the first robot to successfully complete the physical maze. And now we turn our attention to the digital arena. To bring your attention to the digital arena, ladies and gentlemen, this green color obstacle moving forward is the thing that they're supposed to avoid while they try to successfully navigate all the coordinates that they had detected during the traversal of the maze. And this green color track represents the path taken by that obstacle. The task for those who attempt the digital arena is to, first of all, avoid the obstacle and then successfully navigate to each and every single one of the April tags that they have detected in the order that they were detected.
And here is their second attempt at this challenge. Let's see how they fare. It was just a slight miscalculation in the last task. I hope they can correct their mistake and finish the task this time.
Exciting news, ladies and gentlemen. The quarterfinalists for the school category of SLRC 2026 will be announced shortly. And once they are announced, I'd like to invite the team leader of each and every single team selected for the quarterfinals to make their way to the judge panel.
Finding life along the way, melodies we haven't played. No, I don't want no rest. Echoing around these walls, fighting to create a song. I don't wanna miss a beat. And on we'll go through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on
The way the pod moves so swiftly through these walls never gets old. The swift turning of the camera, the blinking of the LED. I've seen this before, but it's still exciting to see.
we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon.
As we await the announcement of the quarterfinalists, we can now see the team Keita Karuo attempting its final attempt at traversing the maze, and let's see whether they are able to completely finish the maze this time.
Walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for me. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul.
And with that, they have approached the final section of the maze. And now the robot has reconfigured itself to attempt task number 2 for the second time.
Box number 1, picked and placed successfully. It was a little tricky, not as neat as
And box number 2 has also been successfully placed on the rather precarious screen. Unfortunately, this attempt wasn't quite as successful as last time, but they still hold the record for the highest completion out of all the teams that have attempted this challenge so far.
I think this is the closest we got to completing the whole day task, don't we?
Yeah, hopefully maybe some others will also rise up to the challenge so that these guys will have some proper competition moving forwards. Just to go to show just how difficult the task assigned to the competitors are, that like most of the teams have found such difficulty being able to progress even past the second task.
Yeah, the first 2 tasks, the bot was breezing past, and with a little miscalculation in the third, it missed by a very small margin. And now I'd like to invite Team Prism to make your way onto the arena to begin your calibration.
We have now received the teams who will be proceeding for the quarterfinals of the school category. The teams which will be proceeding to the quarterfinals are Future Tech, Srinvexi, Thunderspark, K-Bot, Operation Overdrive, Controlled Chaos, Robotics, and Hexbots. Can we have a huge round of applause for them, please? Team leaders, this message is for you. You will now be given 15 minutes to code your robot. Please collect your robots and make sure to keep them back before the 15 minutes has elapsed, and your time starts now.
Team Prism, can you please make your way onto the arena?
School category quarterfinalists, you all have 10 minutes remaining to code your robots. And please note that before the 10 minutes is elapsed, you all should keep the robot back at the front table.
Now that the quarterfinalists have been given this chance to revise some parts of their code, I wonder how they'll fare in the quarterfinals as opposed to how they did in the elimination rounds.
The winner in each round in the school category first round is moved to the quarterfinal round. So it's a level up from the first round, as you can see. Let's see how they square against each other.
And this time they have the opportunity to race against each other on both sides of the arena. So any kind of factor of color difference will not be taken into the decision of who will move forward from this point forward.
I can imagine that the pressure on the Team Prism must be quite high after the high quality performance set here by Team Ketakaro, don't you think so?
Yes, but I really hope some other team will also rise to the challenge to match or even exceed their performance from here on out. Because so far we still haven't had a chance to see the digital arena in action. And now I hand over the mic to the MCs to begin the next part of today's proceedings.
School category quarterfinalists, you all have 5 minutes remaining. Make sure to complete your coding and return the robo back to the front table within that 5 minutes. You have 2 minutes to finish up your coding and return the robot to the front table. Guys, you have 30 seconds remaining. I think now would be a good time to finish the coding and return the robot to the front table. And with that, the time is officially up. Please return the robot to the front table immediately.
Please turn your attention to the center floor. We have a special demonstration by Mr. Odil and his final year team project, featuring the robotic dog.
So good afternoon, everyone. It's so nice to see you here at Sri Lanka Robotics Challenge. So during the refreshment break, we want to show you something cool. So this is an ongoing final year project at the Electronics and Telecommunications Department in University of Moratuwa. And then we just want to show you, because all of you are huge enthusiasts in this field of robotics. So we want to show you this cool piece of work we are doing. So this is an ongoing research project at regarding our final year project. So we have my team, Tarushi, Yasiru, and Dinetra, and I myself is Odil. So you might be wondering, maybe you have seen this robot before as well, but to be honest, the exciting part of this project is not the robot, but what's running on top of the robot. So our project is about designing and developing an autonomous mobility system for mapping and exploration using a quadruped robot system. So you can see the point cloud, or what the robot actually sees. So you can see me here. So when I wave my, I think you can see that small point cloud version of myself. So this actually is being generated, if you can switch to the camera. It's being generated through this little blue color like stuff here. So that's actually a 3D LiDAR called the Mi360. So it can get a whole 360 angle of view and create it, it has a rotating laser, and it can capture and show us a 3D world which is around the robot. So for us, we can only look ahead, right? And we can only have the perception of depth, which is in front of us. But for this robot, it can have the understanding of the depth around it, the 360 degrees. And then I think we can show you a small demo of how this robot can generate a map. So in the first step, what we are doing is we are navigating the robot, and it tries to collect the points in this hall and tries to create a 3D map. So this is something novel here, because in robotics for many years, we were using mostly 2D maps. So even when we started learning robotics, we always relied on 2D maps. And then we always went for 2D planar surfaces, for the robot to navigate. But since this is a quadruped robot, so we have based this on a unitary go-to quadruped robot, which is an off-the-shelf robot. So this system can be mounted on any type of wheeled or quadruped robot. And since this is a quadruped robot, it has a nice ability to climb over stairs, and it can go over very inclined slopes, and it has more navigational capabilities than a typical wheeled robot that you can see over here, right? All of these robots are wheeled robots. They have wheels. They are rotating. But these robots, they do have legs, or we call them as quadrupeds. And there is these bipedal robots. You know them as humanoids, who have their 2 legs. So these legged robots, they can go over stairs, ramps, they can navigate just like us, humans or animals, like a dog. So since they can go on those obstacles, go over those obstacles, 2D maps doesn't make sense anymore. Because having just to go over here doesn't make sense. So the robot should be able to create a 3D map. So we'll show you how the 3D map's gonna build. So what you see here right now is what the robot's LiDAR sees at one given time. So it's just some random scattered point cloud, a cloud of points. So now all these data are being collected into a ROS bag. So if you don't know about the term, a ROS bag is simply a collection of data points. So we collect those LiDAR point cloud into a kind of a storage. Think of it like we're collecting all the data into a bag, right? So that's what we are doing. Can we switch to the dashboard? So we are collecting the points. So we go in a round. So the approach here is like pretty different from like what all these competitors have tried. So these competitors, they mostly relied on either infrared sensors or cameras. But here we are using a LiDAR. So these LiDARs are mostly being used in autonomous vehicles. Like if you have heard about Waymo, like it's a like self-driving car. So they are also using a LiDAR to autonomously navigate. And then the robot is going to complete one mission there. All right, let's see how the created map is going to look like. Now you can see the robot started to move from here. So like if I have to like explain like what happens here, so you saw the LiDAR point clouds at exact points when the robot moves there. And then what we're trying is trying to like match all those point clouds in that was like temporal point cloud. Like වෙලාවට ආපු point clouds අපි එකට merge කරනවා. එකට merge කර full point cloud එක හදනවා. We are going to merge all the point clouds and try to create a full map. So that's in simple words. But if you want to go more into it, like we are using an algorithm called ICP, and we are trying to like find the closest related points and do the matching there. So all these are happening real time. So this is not like a pre-recorded run or something. So let's see like until the complete mission stops and we have the complete map. And at the same time, I think you can also take a refreshment and get some water. And I think judges are having their refreshments as well. move into like look at the full 3D point cloud. So you can see like the arena here, and then the SLRC 2026 wording there being generated by the map. Yeah. Shall we try to like go for path planning as well? Yes. And then so then what we are going to show is like after we build the map, then the next step is to like try to create a path that the robot can navigate into. So for that, we are using an approach called visibility graph. So what happens is now we already have the map, and then we are trying to create a graph of where the robot can actually go through. So this graph is not a 2D one right now, it's a 3D graph. So we have like points here and there scattered on the map, and we are trying to find the shortest path the robot can take in to go for a given goal, but that is going to happen in 3D space, not in a 2D space anymore. So we are loading up a Foxcloud dashboard as well. So all our data is going to the cloud, and then we can show you all the data in this nice dashboard as well. So you can see the path planning step here. So these blue color lines that you can see here are the visibility graphs. So these visibility graphs gonna update, and these show the paths the robot can take into in the 3D space. And the red colors one that you see here are the obstacle polygons. So it's going to extract the obstacles or the places where the robot cannot move, and they mark them in red color. And the yellow color kind of a tree thing that you can see there is the local planner. So if I want to like explain what happens here, so these blue color lines are basically the high level planner. So it gives you to which point you have to go in a high level way. I mean, if you want to give a task from go to here, there, it just try to find the path in a high level manner. And then that yellow color tree kind of structure is what's gonna let the robot know what are the obstacles to avoid and what are the exact actions that it has to get into to avoid dynamic obstacles, or any other thing that comes in its way. So those are the two planners that has been employed for the autonomous navigation of the robot. All right, shall we switch to the camera view with the robot? Right. So if you can look here, so this robot, so our task is to, like, once we fully complete the project, our goal is to design this robot to be deployed in manufacturing facilities, like where we can do for like visual inspection or thermal inspections. So whatever the sensor payload that we have, we can mount them here. So right now, for this demonstration, we mounted two types of sensors. We have a 360 camera and a Logitech camera. So here we have an active perception system. So this robot can rotate in the pan and tilt direction and look wherever it wants to see. And then we have the 360 camera, which has a visual feed to get the 360 view of the robot. And then once with 360 camera, we can detect any objects or any kind of thing that are in the 360 view. And if you want to have a high resolution view of that particular object, we can turn the camera and zoom into it and have a very detailed, like detail rich camera feed through this Logitech camera. So that's about the camera setup and like what are the things that we can do. So I think maybe we can go for a small Q&A as well if you want, since we have more time. So if you have any questions on like how this system is gonna work as a whole, and if you have any questions about the robot or the LiDARs, the mapping framework, or the path planning, you can shoot a question there. Just raise your hand, and I'm happy to answer your questions. Question? Anyone? You have a question? Also, like we can show you the visual feed as well. I think we forgot to show you that. Shall we move on to the visual feed? So you can see the 360 camera and the Logitech camera here. And you can see the full map with the path plan over there as well. So you can see the obstacles, and the green color line show you the full visibility graph that it can navigate. And here you can see the 360 cameras view, the front and the back of the 360 camera. So it captures the whole 360 view. And if you want to have a more focused camera view, we can use the Logitech camera to look at it. So once we have a detection from the 360 camera, we can rotate the active camera exactly onto that location and zoom into it. I think we can have the question now.
What is the thing that is rotating very fast? What is the thing that is rotating?
This one?
Yeah. No. Bit down.
Here?
Yeah.
Okay. So that one is also a LiDAR. So that's called a Unitary L1 LiDAR. So that actually comes with the robot. So when you buy this kind of a robot, that LiDAR comes with the robot. But the problem is the resolution of that LiDAR is pretty low, and it was not suitable for our work. So it's actually pretty similar to this blue color LiDAR over here. So the same thing, but one problem is like since looking downwards, we can only get the points that are like in the ground level. We cannot get the point clouds above the robot. And also it has very bad resolutions. Okay, resolution එක අඩු වෙන්නේ අර එක points ගොඩක් අඩුවෙන් එන්නේ. මේ ලයිට් එකෙන් ගොඩක් points density එක වැඩි ගණන් points වල ගණන්තය වැඩි. ඒක ගොඩක් හොඳ map එකක් අපිට හදා ගන්න පුළුවන් යට තියෙන එකට වඩා. Right? So if you go into like autonomous car like Waymo, they have like much more advanced LiDAR. So they have like their point cloud density is much more high, and they can give you like a very information rich map. Any more questions from the university teams?
What's that very tall road? That very tall road, what's that?
This one?
Yeah.
This is a 360 camera. So that, I think, can you go to the Foxcloud dashboard? Can you switch to the dashboard? So this view is from the 360 camera. So we have the front of the camera, so we have two lenses, the front lens and the back lens. So we can see the front and the back, the full 360-degree view around the robot. So you can see my legs from the back one, and you can see all the audience from the front lens. So I think we don't have any questions from the university side. I don't see any raised hands. Or do we have more questions from the school teams?
So basically, when you start, you shoot points, right? But when you move the bot, all those points shift by a certain distance, right? The distance the bot moves. So how do you guys account for that?
When the robot moves?
When the robot moves, the point cloud shifts, right? All the point clouds shift by the distance the bot moves. So how do you guys account for that?
So you ask like how can we
account
for that, right?
Account for the offset the bot moves. Right?
Yeah. So as I mentioned, like we are using an algorithm called ICP, and there are other algorithms as well. But ICP is the algorithm. Maybe you can search later. So ICP is like a lightweight alternative compared to the other one. So what we're doing is like it's kind of a we are trying to match the closest points. So we have two frames, like between two frames, but as I mentioned, we have the distance, right? There's no offset. But still, if we have the points in those two frames, we can try to find the closest points. And that's been done through this algorithm called ICP. And like all the SLAM systems, like all the modern SLAM systems are based on ICP. So that's like the foundation there. So I think that's where you have to look into like, I think if I'm going to explain like what ICP is, like it won't be very intuitive, but I think that's where you have to search for if you want to get the answer there. Is that clear?
Thank you.
Yeah, shall we, and then we'll wrap up the session for today. And thank you for your attention. I hope you learned something new during the break, and then we can proceed with the competition. And we have the quarterfinals, and we have the university teams as well. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Adil and his team for that impressive demonstration. It's always exciting to see that kind of innovation up close.
We now cordially invite the Board of Judges of the SLRC Innovators Exhibition to receive a token of appreciation. And to present the tokens, I invite Head of Technical Operations, SLRC Branch, Electronic Club, Mr. Pulindu Vidmal on stage.
Oh yeah, that's right.
When you're done, come back.
right now. අපි කර කර හිටිය භාගය. Briefly describe your project. What is the motivation behind your project? What are the future improvements or the challenges you faced? That's it. Challenges, future improvements, a brief introduction. Yeah.
Dr. Ajit Pasquale, Senior Lecturer, Faculty of Engineering, University of Moratuwa. Ms. Sanjini Munavira, Regional Head, South Asia, ADA Global. Mr. Dulika Gunatilaka, Principal Engineer at Nagaro. And Mr. Prabhashwara Vijayasekara, Embedded Engineer, Takshana Technologies.
Thank you all. We are now returning to the arena to continue the official runs. To continue the official runs, I invite the panel of judges back on stage.
All right, guys, after a bit of a break, we are going into the quarterfinals of the school category, and we also have two teams left in the university category. And I would like to invite Team Prism onto the stage for their demonstrations with the arena. Team Prism. And also, can we have a round of applause for Team Prism, guys?
And from the school category, I'd like to invite Team Future Tech and Team Srin Vexi to approach the stage with their robots for the coin toss first, as they approach and take part in the quarterfinals, the first quarterfinals for today.
So, Sean, in the first round, we've seen a massive competition, and now we are in the quarterfinals of SLRC 2026.
Yes,
how do you feel about this now?
They've managed to narrow it down from, I believe it was about maybe 16
Yeah, like 16 teams, right?
Initial teams, and now we're down to 8 teams competing. And soon, that 8 becomes 4, and that 4 becomes 2. And we'll
then
see
we are on to the finals.
the true champion of the school category. But let's not jump ahead, right? Why don't we see how they fare in the first competition? As you are all aware, it takes place in a sort of race kind of format, the school category rounds, where not only do they have to complete the challenges successfully, but they get extra points based on how fast they complete it. There's a bit of a competitive edge there. So let's see how well they fare.
I hope you all are in touch with the arena and the rules here. It's the same as the morning session. It hasn't changed. So what the teams has to do is first in the task 1, they have to collect the middle box, and then they have to go through an uneven terrain. And then there's a hidden task that they have to complete. And then on the final task, they have to detect a magnet. So basically, that's the overview of the school category team. Over here in the university category, it's a bit more complex. Because there's a physical environment as well as a virtual environment, right?
And we've yet to see any team actually reach and navigate that virtual task successfully.
But I think we saw one team almost come to a close.
We saw one team get very close, and that too was very impressive. There's lots of tasks to be done before they can
there was
reach
a minor hiccup, I think, in the task 3, but that's okay, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty difficult and very complex task they've actually set up for us this time in SLRC. There's maze solving, there's the whole box picking setup, there's the reading of April tags for the university selections. And I believe that the calibration for the school category task is about to begin. So let's shift over there.
The university category team is getting ready with their virtual robot. So the university category team has started their calibration. So basically they have to connect with the virtual robot. So it takes a bit of time. So it's same as in the morning. So they have to connect with the virtual environment because both the physical robot and the virtual robot has to complete the task simultaneously.
Yes, it's a kind of multi-faceted challenge. There's no point completing the challenge in just the physical domain because there's the link between what they're scanning and the final coordinate points that appear in the virtual task.
Yes, and on top of that, we can't forget about the hidden challenge in the university category as well. I think here on the school category end, they have started their calibrations.
They're about to start.
Yeah, about to start the calibrations. Okay, they have started it.
They get 2 minutes for their calibration and they're allowed to set up and calibrate the 2 robots. Let's see how they fare.
Yeah, we've been over this point previously as well. The calibration is like the foundation to completing all the
really
tasks, right?
the deciding factor, I would say, is the calibration. It determines how well your robot performs, because you can test it all you want. The real world is just unpredictable.
Yes.
It's the calibration that sets it apart.
So something that the morning team struggled with is the grabbing mechanism. So let's see how they
Well,
start.
they perform, yes, this time. You know.
Okay, we are off to start in the school category. Okay, we see that the team in the red arena is showing some promise. They are off to the hidden task now.
They've managed to successfully
Oh, I think there's
navigate.
an issue with the algorithm.
They've gotten through the
they've gotten through
to the curve part
Yeah,
at the
yeah.
very least.
But they weren't
missed the
able to
box,
get the
or the last
red
row,
box there.
unfortunately. But they navigated to the end. The detecting the magnets.
Yeah, they completed the task, but they failed the hidden task. But that's fine.
I believe they'll go for another attempt.
Yeah,
I mean, at this point, why not? No attempts. Oh well, unfortunately, there are no attempts. This is the quarterfinals. So, I suppose there's a bit of a leeway in the elimination round, right? You give
Yeah.
them a couple attempts, test it, but quarterfinals are
something that we saw in the previous rounds is that because of the 3 attempts that they had, some of the teams made it into the quarterfinals because of that third attempt. But
Yeah,
we don't
yeah,
see that here.
Most of the robots actually managed to succeed on their third attempt and not their first one, which is quite surprising.
Okay, now in the university category, I think we are ready to start. So in the university category, none of the teams were able to complete all the tasks. Team Ketakaro came really close, but let's see how this team does.
And while we're waiting for the university category team to take part, why not call the next set of competitors for the school category? Team Thunderspark and Team K-Bot. Please approach the stage with your robots. Also, ladies and gentlemen, I think we forgot a round of applause for our 2 previous competitors, Future Tech and Srin Vexi, who completed the first round of the quarterfinals.
Over here in the university category, I think they seem to have run out into a dead end. Let's see. Most of the previous teams struggled with this issue as well, right?
Yes. I feel like we saw a lot of them get hit on dead ends. The maze solving part, especially.
But it doesn't matter in the university category. Anyway, they have 3 attempts, so they might be able to get through this. So something that we have to keep in mind is that in the school category, they've already used this arena. So they are quite familiar with this, right?
Yeah, I mean, they should be familiar. Their robots should be familiar. But after all, this terrain, no matter how much it stays the same, it's still unpredictable. The grabbing mechanism you use once might not work ever again.
Yes,
Let's
definitely.
hope
So
that it works out for them.
Team
after all.
Prism in the university category is trying their second attempt. Let's see. I think they're facing the same issue as before. They're hitting a dead end, so they only have 1 attempt left. or it seems that in the university category team, Prism has used all 3 of their attempts, and then now they are off to the evaluation. So I would like to call upon to the stage team Real Steel. You can come onto the stage and do your calibrations until team Prism is doing the evaluations. So in the school category, until these 2 teams are calibrating, I'd like to call upon to the stage team Moyo Robotics and Hexbots. You can come to the stage now.
You can approach the stage and do the coin toss. And also we see our 2 current competitors, Team Thunderspark and K-Bot, in their first attempt.
Both of them seem to have the same issue.
Only attempt, I'm realized.
Again, the grabbing mechanism. It all boils down to that, right?
It all boils down to the grabbing mechanism. It's unfortunate.
So it seems if the teams are able to grab the middle box, most probably they'll be able to complete all the tasks.
Yeah, I feel like in most of the robots we've seen, it really starts there, the errors and the misalignments. But we'll move on to the next team. I repeat, it's Team Moyo Robotics and Team Hexbots. Please approach the stage for the coin toss to take part in the in the quarterfinals. I apologize.
Alright, Team Prism has completed with the evaluation. So ladies and gentlemen, can we have a round of applause for Team Prism?
And we've just learned that the judges want to give a second attempt to 2 competitors, Team Thunderspark and Team K-Bot. Why not watch this second attempt? Sandra, do you think they'll have some more success this time?
Yes, I'm a bit optimistic about this. So it's only 1 point of failure, right?
Yeah, it's 1 point of failure. They might succeed this time, and we're really hopeful that they do, honestly.
Even if they are not able to complete the hidden task, they have a really good chance on getting on to the next round.
Yeah, because some of our competitors decided to skip the hidden task and aim for saving the time.
At the end of the day, it matters, the completing the task matters, right?
Yeah, it matters, you complete the task.
Alright,
and we
this
see
time, again,
they managed to grab the box, but just not very successfully. Unfortunate, I suppose.
There's a lot of physics inside the grabbing
mechanism.
mechanism.
There's a lot of mechanics. Robotics is a very, I'd say, multi-dimensional field.
Yes.
It's not just about electronics.
That's the school category. And when it comes to the
university
category, on top of all that, we have like hidden tasks, virtual worlds, and everything, right? So, I mean, that's what SLRC is about, right?
SLRC is just pushing the boundaries and really innovating where robotics challenges are in Sri Lanka. I think I'm, grateful to see this kind of a competition take place and take part.
In the university category, team Real Steel is connecting with their virtual robot. Let's see how that goes.
They're connecting. I think they're doing some last-minute fixes and configurations. Suppose the tensions are running high, Samaru.
Yes.
After all, these are our last university competitors for today.
Yes.
We've seen 6 different robots take the stage, and 6 of them struggled in different ways.
Also, Shan, do you remember that team who was able to complete the task within 1 minute in the morning session?
They did finish it very fast.
That's the first team that we had, right?
That's the first team that we had a stellar performance.
I mean, that team was sensational.
It's sensational, but let's see how they perform
in the
overall.
quarterfinals, yes.
Because it's not just about speed, it's about completing
Yes.
as well.
So guys, if you're wondering what the hidden task is, basically you have to grab the box and then place it onto the white box here and then grab the another box placed right in front of the white box and then continue with the other task. So it's a simple hidden session, hidden task. So far, I think 2 teams were able to complete that task, right?
I think 2 did manage to complete it. I think we saw another 2 complete the overall task without the hidden tasks, so far at least.
Alright, in the school category, we are on to the calibration phase. We haven't still started it yet.
We're seeing more robotics and hex bots take part. I believe before as well, we complimented them on how clean and neat their design is.
Definitely.
I think that's just very interesting to see how how differently people approach their building, the materials they use, is it plexiglass, is it 3D printed?
Yes, I mean in the SLRC they are not imposing strict restrictions on the design, right?
Yeah, I
they can
suppose
design whatever they want as long as they complete the task.
But I think all the robots we've seen make it this far have all had very clean designs, very neat designs.
Yes.
I think that's maybe an aspect of robotics.
Like you have 2 clear examples here, right? Teams Hexbotics, I mean they've designed an enclosure and it really looks good, right?
It's been 3D printed with some nice precision, honestly.
In the university category, I think they are doing some minor adjustments to their robot. Let's see how that goes. While here, I think we are continuing with the calibration phase. Alright, the third quarterfinal match.
And they've started their round. And Team Moy Robotics has managed to successfully pick up the robot. They're navigating through
the uneven terrain now.
terrain.
I think now they have to pick the last box, not the middle one, right?
I believe they've changed it to keep up a little bit of the complexity of the challenge. Unfortunately, Team Hexbots managed to unsuccessfully guide itself through the curved path. Let's see
and
if Team Moy
we
Robotics...
don't have any other attempts left for Team Hexbots.
Yes. Team Moy Robotics managed to navigate towards the end, but I don't think they placed the hidden task box exactly as needed.
But almost. Minor misalignment, but they've almost completed with the hidden task.
Almost.
Let's see. And also in the third task, I think the obstacle is now different. So
they've moved the obstacle as well.
It's not the same setup that they had in the first round, right?
They've successfully reached the end.
Right, there was a minor hiccup, but it doesn't matter. Let's see. They have to detect the magnets.
And they've completed the entire set of the tasks. And now
the 2 teams are off to the evaluations now.
And while that's happening, let's call our final 2 teams for today's quarterfinals. Team Operation Overdrive and Team Controlled Chaos. Please approach the stage with your robots.
So Shan, we can feel the gravity of the university category competition by the time it takes for the calibration, right?
Yes, it's an immense thing. I believe we've seen this in all the university competitors today.
Yes.
The calibration and really just configuring initially took a significant amount of time.
Yeah, because as you said before, calibration is the foundation for all the tasks.
The foundation. And with the virtual task being implemented, that's another layer of complexity. Can't begin to imagine how difficult it must be for these competitors. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause for the competitors that just left. More Robotics and Team Xbots, I believe they deserve a round of applause. They had a pretty stellar performance today at the quarterfinals.
And now we have two fresh teams on the school category arenas.
You got Operation Overdrive, you got Team Controlled Chaos. They're going for their calibration time right now.
Alright, the calibration phase has started.
Calibration phase has started. Let's see how they operate this time around. It appears that Team Control Chaos has grabbed the second box.
Yeah, let's see. I think there's a small issue with their code. Let's see how it goes.
Just really goes to show how important the calibration phase is.
Yes.
Tiny mistake like that could cost you the finals.
I mean, these robots look really complex. If these children are like building such complex robots at this stage, they have a really bright future ahead of them.
I do genuinely believe they have a bright future. I'm excited to see how many of these teams compete in next year's competition and how much further they end up going.
Yes,
in the
definitely.
challenges. And
Right, they started now.
Team Control Chaos has grabbed the wrong box, but they've navigated through the curved path quite successfully. It appears they damaged the terrain. That's very unexpected, I suppose.
Yeah. I mean, that's how these robotic competitions are, right? You don't know what happens.
Unexpected things happen. I mean, this didn't happen in the
this is
in the first
something
round.
quite new, right?
It's something new. I mean, in the elimination round, we didn't see anything like this. Same robot, same terrain, but just unpredictable.
Yeah, I think this is the first time a robot was able to successfully destroy a part of the arena.
And obviously that comes with a penalty. But we really need to address how unpredictable robotics can be.
Anyway, it seems the arena is repaired, so no worries
Working
there.
on repairing the arena. Again, I'd like to shout out our wonderful technical team and the organizing committee for SLRC. The amount of effort they put into these terrains can be seen.
There have been competitions going on from the morning, the arenas look spotless.
They look
After
spotless.
each round, the organizing committee is cleaning it.
They've maintained the level that the arena was at the beginning. They've seen maybe 16 robots at different speeds doing different things, and it's still up to par, I'd say.
So we are almost done with the quarterfinals. Let's see what the evaluations are for the final two teams.
I'm excited to know out of the 8 teams that competed today in the semi-finals, I wonder which ones will end up in the semis.
I mean, all 8 were really impressive.
All 8 were really stellar, just incredible robot designs. Large variety too, it's not all just the same.
Although it's the same task, there's a huge variation in the designs, right?
Any number of ways, different algorithms, different grabbing mechanisms. A lot of creativity for a school category task. I'd say.
Definitely.
gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you, for you, for you, for
All right, in the school category, Operation Overdrive and Control Chaos both have completed the quarterfinals. So, ladies and gentlemen, can we have a round of applause for those two teams?
And ladies and gentlemen, actually, I think they deserve another round of applause for all the school teams for completing the quarterfinals round, right? We'll get the results of the quarterfinals round shortly, and then we'll be moving on to the semifinals round. We'll see two of these rounds, 2 rounds each with 4 robots overall competing. I'm very excited to see how it changes.
Yeah, we'll be getting the semi-final results in like 5 minutes, right?
Because
So
I don't
really
think
interesting.
the performance that these same robots had in the elimination round.
Yeah, it's completely
was-
different.
it's
So some of the
completely
robots that performed really well in the previous rounds were not able to complete it this time.
And maybe that might be the same case in the semifinals.
Yeah, let's see. Who knows what will happen?
Let's wait and see, I suppose.
gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you, for you, for you, for
So guys, we've been told that the university category teams calibration time is over and their competition time has already started. And I think they are facing some technical difficulties connecting into the virtual robot. So let's hope for the best. All right, I think we are ready with the semi-final results, but the judges are going through a bit of a confirmation about the structure.
I believe they're almost done with their decision. They're just waiting for a little bit of a fine-tuning with the marks.
Yeah, we also see that the arena is being cleaned for the semi-finals now.
They're cleaning and they're prepping because they know that, the slightest error in this terrain can mess up around. And nobody wants their robot to fail the challenge because of an issue outside of their control, right? I mean, and I believe Team Real Steel has finally figured out the issues and errors that they had.
They are on to the physical arena now. Let's see how they perform there.
I believe they're starting their first attempt, yes?
Yes. So this is the last team we have in the university category, Team Real Steel. Seems like they're facing a bit of a technical issue again. I mean, this is normal in robotics competitions, right?
It's to be expected.
It works like for months, and when you place the robot on the arena, it doesn't work.
I'd say sometimes maybe even the stress of the competition gets to not just the competitors, it starts affecting the robot as well.
Okay, Team Real Steel with their first attempt.
And as you know, the first task is to navigate the maze and scan the April tags as it goes through the maze.
And those will give a coordinate which can help the virtual robot navigate in its domain.
Yeah. So we'll see that, of course, if this robot actually makes it to the final fourth task. So far, they've navigated the maze quite well.
Yes, they're quite promising. They've navigated the maze and they are trying to get on to the second task. Let's see how they perform there. Also, navigating the maze is not enough. You have to scan the tags as well.
Yes, that's a very crucial component, I'd say, of task 1.
Alright, they are getting on to the second task.
But if they manage to at least navigate the maze fully, successfully, that's something.
Alright, Team Real Steel going on to their second attempt. I think the scanning didn't work the first time.
And let's hope that they're successful or more successful on their second attempt.
Let's hope for the best.
Let's hope for the best, yes. And Sandru, if you move your attention to the semi-final round, it appears that they're placing a different box layout yet again.
Yes, now the obstacles are a bit different from the quarterfinals, which were also different from the initial rounds.
Which was.
So each round is a bit more complex than the previous one.
I suppose you have to test your robots even more rigorously in the semi-finals.
I mean, to win SLRC school category, you have to have the best robot, right?
You do have to have the best robot.
Okay, Team Real Steel off with their second attempt. So, Oshan, do you think that these robots can smell when we are nervous? Like, it doesn't work when you place it on the arena, but it works all the time.
I think that's just the unfortunate, the bad luck that comes with a robotic challenge.
Yes, definitely.
You know, all the preparations, all the configurations you do, at the very end of the day, unpredictable stuff just ends up happening.
So in the university category, Team Real Steel have navigated successfully the maze, and then they are getting on to the second round, second task actually. So they were able to get this far in the first attempt as well, but in the first attempt they weren't able to scan the tags. Let's see how they have performed in this round. Right, it seems the scanning thing has been successful this time. Alright, Team Real Steel have been asked to stop their robot. I think there's an issue. On to the school category, they are still finalizing on the semi-finals team. So alright, Team Real Steel on to their third and final attempt. So ladies and gentlemen, this is the last attempt of the last team in the university category.
And then it's off to, well, I believe the evaluation, the marking, and then the final results of the university category of SLRC 2026.
That's the biggest trophy in SLRC 2026,
biggest draw,
right?
It's the biggest reward. Probably the most complex challenge we've seen so far at SLRC. Ladies and gentlemen, we've finally gotten the results for the semi-finals of the school category. I'd like to announce the teams that will finally be competing in the semi-finals. First, we have Team Future Tech versus Team Operation Overdrive, and Team Moya Robotics versus Team Thundersparks. Let's first call upon Team Future Tech and Team Operation Overdrive. Please approach the stage with your robos for the semi-final round. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a round of applause for these teams. It's the semi-finals after all.
This is the best 4 teams in SLRC school category, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the best 4 teams, and soon it'll be the best 2 teams in SLRC 2026.
So they've gone through the elimination rounds, and then the morning rounds, the quarterfinals, and then finally on to the semi-finals. Let's see who gets into the finals.
And ladies and gentlemen, for the semi-final rounds, it'll be 3 attempts, 15 minutes on the red track. So we'll see both of the robos individually, of course, in their own time going on the red track. And obviously they'll be competing against each other's time, I suppose.
So this time it's not simultaneous, right?
It's not simultaneous. I think though they've added more boxes. They've probably made the challenge a little more complex then.
Last 2 times it was simultaneous. It was basically a battle. But this time it's a bit more complex. It takes a bit more time. So it's equally exhilarating.
And the fact that they're giving 3 attempts yet again and 15 minutes.
Yeah, that says about the gravity of the situation.
I think they're expecting quite a complex approach this time around. And back to the university category.
I think Team Real Steel have completed all their 3 attempts and they are off to the evaluations now.
Team Real Steel has completed their third and final attempt.
Yes.
And now they're over to the final evaluations. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a round of applause for the completion of the university category of SLRC 2026. Of course, we're excited as well. We want to know what the results are. And well, we hope we'll get that information soon.
So, Sean, it's exciting. But at the same time, it's also sad, right? That was the last robot we saw in the arena for the university category.
I suppose it is a bit sad. I will say this though, university round and the school round, they're very drastically different, you know. The school round has so much speed. It's so much about how quickly you can finish it. Well, in the uni round, I think you saw the robots taking such methodical, very slow.
Anyway, there's a hardness increase from the school category onto the university category.
It's a lot more difficult.
Yeah, and on top of that, since this is SLRC 2026, the biggest robotics challenge happening in Sri Lanka, it anyway has to be really hard, right?
It does have to be very difficult. Of course, if you don't push the envelope, if you don't improve the challenges each year, it's not really worth much of competition.
Definitely.
Yes.
So now you can see the first semi-finalist robot on the arena, the red arena. So Sean, I think this is the robot that was able to complete the first round within 1 minute, right?
I believe this was the fastest robot in the elimination rounds.
It seems it has gone to the quarterfinals as well, and now it's on to the calibration of the semi-final round.
And let's hope that this time they competed with as much speed as we saw beforehand. And they've started, I believe, on their first attempt. They've grabbed the third box.
On to the uneven terrain now.
Navigating the uneven terrain just really, really well.
Okay, this looks a bit promising.
It does look a bit promising.
Yeah, but it's struggling with the hidden task, I guess.
Believe they dropped the box, but not onto the correct tile.
Yes, but it was successful to grab the red box again. Let's see how it goes through the obstacles. Okay, onto the magnets now. It dropped the red box.
But it
at
did
the real
successfully detect, of course, in the magnet detection round.
It actually lives up to its legacy, right?
Yes, it does. And I think we need to, of course, compliment them on having such a functional grabbing mechanism compared to a lot of the other robots that we saw today.
Yeah, with almost all the other robots, the issue is with the grabbing mechanism.
But the grabbing mechanism, it just, fails there and it struggles to get through the other rounds because I believe the box is needed for some more of the tasks, yes.
Yes. So the box is needed for the hidden task actually. You have to place it in the white area and then grab another box before going on to the final task.
And I believe that this Team Future Tech, has decided to not take any further attempts at the challenge. They're satisfied with their performance for the first attempt. And so we're moving on to Operation Overdrive in their calibration time that begins soon.
So even the attempts are not continuous, right? They have to wait until the other team finishes their first attempt.
And I believe that they only take your most recent attempt. So there's a bit of a gamble there, I'd say. Would you risk the unpredictableness of another attempt? But they successfully grabbed the third box. They're navigating the uneven terrain.
So I think this is why these two teams made it to the semi-finals, right?
Just perfect execution of the task so far.
So their grabbing mechanism didn't fail, but there was a small issue with the turning mechanism.
And Team Operation Overdrive, though they managed to complete the entirety of the task in a good time, I believe they didn't try the hidden task though.
No, I don't think they tried the hidden task. But that's okay.
I believe,
you're allowed to do that as well.
I mean, it's a trade-off.
Yes.
It's a trade-off. We'll see in due time if it was worth it. And now, first let's have a round of applause for Team Future Tech and Team Operation Overdrive. Semi-final round 1 done with record time, I must add.
Yes.
And let's
So-
invite Team Robotics and Team Thunderspark approach the stage with your robots. Let's see how well they compete in the semi-finals.
This is the last semi-final match that we're going to have today.
I mean, they've been competing since the morning, and it appears this competition is slowly but surely coming to a close.
So most probably their grabbing mechanism is, will also work perfect, right? I mean, that's why they're
I hope so, indeed.
That's why they're in the semi-final rounds.
And Sandharu, if you look at the university category task side, I'm almost sad to see them disassemble this arena that they've made with so much effort.
Yes. They have to make space for the prize awardings. I mean, that's a huge part of today as well.
And now we see Team Robotics doing their calibration. At first, I believe they're checking the magnets. And they're done with calibration. Short but sweet.
Alright, Team Robotics is off with their first attempt.
It's their first attempt.
Oh, they are
They
grabbing
managed to
mechanism.
grab the box, but they didn't really retract the arm in time, I suppose.
Again boils down to the grabbing mechanism. Even in the semi-final round.
Goes down to the grabbing mechanism. I honestly do think that that will be the deciding factor in the
Yes.
final round as well.
I think if they grabbed their cube, they would have completed the hidden task perfectly.
I mean, they've grabbed the cube correctly for the second box. I think it was
Yes.
just a issue in retracting the arm upwards.
Yeah,
in
that was a minor hiccup
minor
on the
hiccup.
first task. But I mean, that's real world, right?
That's the real world. I mean, they've successfully navigated to the end. They just dropped the
Yes.
box at the very last second.
Last 10. So we saw that happening on the other semi-final match as well, right?
I did. But I believe that, or rather, I hope at least, in the second attempt that they take, we'll see a little bit of
Yeah,
a
let's see.
better performance, a deserved better performance.
So the university category arena is almost disassembled now. So much weeks of hard work went to this arena, right?
I mean, it's not, I don't think it's weeks, I think it's months, Sandharu.
Yes.
Months of effort, and it all, boils down to this. Or rather,
The
it boils
organizing
down to who
committee,
the final champion of the university task will
Yes.
really be. And I believe we have the second competitor for the semi-finals, Team Thunderspark. They're doing their calibrations now.
I think the calibrations are done. Now they have to start with the session. So we are still waiting for the judges' response. Alright, Team Thunderspark seem to have faced the issue in the grabbing mechanism as well.
And I believe we are just seeing Team Thunderswag get stuck on the terrain as they enter the curved region. A bit of a hiccup there, wouldn't you say?
It's again with the grabbing mechanism. Let's see what the judges have to say.
The judges have to say. Let's hope that we get the results for who our two finalists will be very soon.
Yeah, I think we're done with the last semi-final match also.
And I think in the semi-finals, it'll come down to not just about completing the task like we just saw, but also onto speed.
Yes, definitely.
Because obviously there are two competitors that reach the finals will be ones with perfect
And on
grabbing
the
mechanisms.
other
and so
side
forth.
of the stage, we see that the judge panel for the university category also brewing their results.
That hard at work, calculating and figuring out who the best team was, who really deserves to be the champions for SLRC 2026.
Yes. That's a massive decision. So let's wait until the finalists are announced for SLRC school category.
After all, it's only a little bit longer of a wait to see the finals for this competition. Of course, we can't announce the final winners immediately. There's a lot of deliberation and calculation. But you can see the final attempt for the school challenge soon enough.
So in a few moments, we'll witness one of the most awaited matches of SLRC 2026, the school category finals. They are doing some minor adjustments to the arena for the final competition. Again, it's not the same as the semi-final round.
Of course, Sandru, for the final round, it has to be even more competitive.
Yes.
Even more confusing, I would say, for the robots to navigate.
So basically, the teams making it to the final rounds are already the best teams, right?
Yeah, so I mean, a slight change in the challenge shouldn't be a big issue.
Yeah,
I mean, for the champions of the school category, it shouldn't be anything out of
Definitely.
I believe they've placed 2 magnets now in the final 4th task, as opposed to just 1 magnet that they had before. And they've changed the alignment of the boxes on the final grid.
It's again, the obstacles are different now. There's 2 magnets. Let's see what the robots have to do in a few minutes.
Let's see who the 2 finalists are.
Yeah, that's the real
for
exciting
the
news,
school
yeah.
category. I think that's the most important thing today. Ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to the finals, I believe it's deserved to have a third place match. Let's invite Team Overdrive and Team Operation Overdrive and Team Thunderspark to the stage with their robots to take part in the third place round.
So,
in the
ladies and
finals
gentlemen,
of SLRC's.
Yeah, they are fighting
scorecard.
for the third place in SLRC 2026.
I mean, that is still an immense position. It's going to be a difficult challenge.
I think they deserve a bit more of a round of applause.
A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. It's a finals. And as before, it's the red path, but they've changed the boxes, they've changed the magnets. Yes. They're getting 3 attempts. It's a pretty serious deal, isn't it?
Yes, yes. So it's a bit more complex than the semi-finals. Let's see how the battle for the third place unfolds. Alright, the school category teams are making it onto the stage, while we can see how the university category arena is almost removed from the stage now. Alright, it's still the calibration phase
for Team Operation Overdrive, and I believe they'll start their first attempt soon enough.
Yeah.
They first picked the first box,
yes.
navigated the uneven terrain, gotten through the curved path successfully.
They also have the SLRC logo embossed on their robot, right?
I think that's
nice?
very nice for their presentation.
Yes.
It looks quite neat.
They didn't go with the hidden task,
but
let's
they went
see
straight
how
away
it
to the
navigates
grid.
to the obstacles now. Alright.
And they detected the two magnets, and
also,
they
I think
finished the entire attempt.
Yeah, this team faced an issue with the turning mechanism. We didn't see that on this round.
I think they've improved, not just over the past few weeks as they built this robot, but even within today, we're
Within few
seeing
minutes,
incredible
actually.
improvements in their robot in a few minutes between the semi-finals and the third place match.
Alright, we are on to the second team of the third place match. Alright, we have Team Thunderspark on with their calibrations now.
They started on the first attempt right away. They picked out the first box. I believe it was just the calibration. Apologies. Well, let's hope their first attempt is as clean as their calibration was.
Yes, the grabbing mechanism worked perfectly, right?
Not just perfectly, but smooth and fast as well.
I think there was a bit of an issue in the turning mechanism. Let's see how that works.
I mean, that's what the calibration timing is for.
Yeah, yeah.
Fixing and ironing out the little kinks in your design.
Alright, we are off with the first attempt now. Oh, they didn't grab the box.
No, it really just goes to show how unpredictable.
Yeah,
it is
last
when
time in
you're
the
working.
calibrations they did grab the box, but on the first attempt they weren't able to. Right, they still have 2 attempts left.
They're going ahead with the second attempt, I believe.
And this time they weren't able to grab the box as well.
Just a few degrees misaligned and they knocked the box off the platform instead.
Again, a perfect example for the physics behind. You have to give real thoughts into the physics behind the grabbing mechanism. So the school category competition, we've seen robots of different sizes, right?
Seen so many.
Yeah, this is comparatively a small robot. Do you think that might have affected their place in the semi-finals?
It's unclear. I mean, they managed to successfully grab one of the boxes, but they knocked themselves off the terrain. And so, ladies and gentlemen, that's it for the third place round between Team Operation Overdrive and Team Thunder Spark.
Alright, we have the results of the finalists of SLRC 2026. Oshan, who do you think that is?
I mean, I don't need to think. I know who the finalists
Yeah, we
are.
do
Ladies
know.
and gentlemen, it's Team Future Tech and Team Robotics. Please approach the stage with your robots. Take place in the final round. And well, one of you
Come on, guys.
is leaving today as a champion of SLRC's school category.
These are the best 2 teams in the school category of SLRC 2026. I think they deserve another round of applause. Guys, shall we have another round of big applause for them?
I mean, these 2 teams, they've survived the elimination round. They've survived the semi-final round and the quarter-final round. And they made it here after competing against so many robots and so many unique slight changes to this terrain. I think we're all very excited to see how well they do.
Yes,
in the
now their
finals.
grabbing mechanisms are perfect. Their turning mechanisms are perfect. Some of the teams even did the hidden task as well. So let's see how to differentiate between those 2 now.
It really might come down to the few seconds in between the time
Definitely.
it takes for these 2 teams.
Alright, they've had the toss and we are off to the calibration phase of the finals of SLRC 2026.
Team Future Tech is going first, and then we'll see Team Robotics.
So in the final round as well, they have 3 attempts. Let's
So-
see how these robots perform.
Let's hope they make the best use of the calibration time that's given. After all, this is the last chance they're getting to calibrate their robots before the real finals begin.
Yes. Alright, they are off with the first attempt in the finals of SLRC 2026. They grab the box perfectly, now onto the uneven terrain, navigating through the curved path.
They've gotten through the curved path perfectly. They're moving towards the edge. I believe they dropped the box.
Yeah, same as in the last attempt they had in the semi-finals.
But they picked up the second box.
Now
They
let's see how
navigated
they
to the final
navigate through
round.
the obstacles.
And in that grid, they managed to make it to the final line.
Oh, they
They've
almost went
detected
off the
the
stage.
magnets. But I
they only
believe
picked on
it
magnet,
didn't turn
right?
around to check the second magnet.
Alright, Team Future Tech has 2 more attempts left. It completed this one almost perfectly.
Almost perfectly. I believe if you ignore the little issue in detecting both the magnets, they lead a very successful performance this time around.
Let's see what the judges have to say about this round.
And I believe they've decided to just go ahead with their first attempt.
Yes.
I mean, they must be satisfied with their performance.
I mean, it's really satisfying, right?
It was a really satisfying performance. Very fast as well.
Yes.
And now I believe we'll see Team Robotics. They're taking their calibration time soon.
So Team Robotics will also have 3 attempts. They're checking the magnets.
No, there ain't no stopping us. Fly without boarding pass. Couldn't catch me, I'll be moving fast.
Alright guys, it all boils down to this. The last robot in SLRC 2026 trying to make its first attempt.
Shooting star, got more than a couple of people going mad. I swear they're rooting hard. Tell them I'd be big in the game like she went and got them breast implants.
Alright, I think we can start. We are about to start with the final rounds.
It's a final round of the final competitor in the final school category task.
And the fact that this is the final robot going on arena in
final
SLRC.
robot we'll see today. Of course, it's not the final
Alright,
attempt.
it's off to a start.
They've picked up.
Oh, they have an issue with the grabbing mechanism.
But they didn't retract their arm in time, I believe.
But it's continuing with the uneven terrain. Let's see how it goes with the hidden task. I mean, if it's able to grab the box in the hidden task, then they can proceed with the final task, right?
They would have proceeded pretty well. Let's see how their performance is without the box.
Yes.
And we can discern whether it's really about the box that caused the issue here.
Well, it seems like if they had the box, they would have completed the hidden task perfectly, right?
The hidden task location. And they successfully grabbed the second box as well, Sandro.
So they have a chance in this competition.
Yes,
They're
I'm
still
assuming
fighting.
If they do go for a second attempt, I am very hopeful that they manage to grab the first box as well.
Let's see how it navigates the obstacles now. Remember that it has to take both the magnets this time.
They got out of the grid and they're on the line with the magnets.
Right, it went to both the
They
magnets.
detected one of the magnets.
Alright, they have decided to stay with their first attempt. I think that's a solid decision, right?
I believe it is a solid decision, Sandro. After all, there's a certain amount of confidence you have in your robot's performance after you've been seeing it compete so many times within the day.
So I guess that's it for the arena round.
Ladies and gentlemen, where's the round of applause for the end of the final round of the school category tasks? We've seen 16 robots and it finally came down to just 2 competing.
And now we are done with the finals as well. We are on to the results. I think that'll take a bit of time.
I believe the judges are deliberating right now, but it's a pretty complicated process.
All right, guys, we are done with all the arena competitions for SLRC 2026. We are handing control back to the MCs, Nesit and Ravisha. Thank you, guys.
But before we do so, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a final round of applause for the end of SLRC's school and university categories as we move on now to the closing ceremony. And eventually, we'll announce the winners.
And hopefully people in the audience will compete in SLRC 2027 as well, right?
I hope that the competitors, the ones that succeed today and even the ones that don't, everyone is motivated to complete in next year's SLRC 2027.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank God that the brothers on the rise.
ඩයලොග් පවර් ප්ලෑන් කියන්නේ මට මගේ මුළු පවුලම රැක බලා ගන්න තියෙන පවර් එක. මම අම්මට ඩේටා ෂෙයා කරන්නේ අවශ්‍ය වෙලාවට. අම්මා අහන්නත් කලින්. දුවට නම් එයාගේ ආරක්ෂාව මගේ වගකීම. පුතාට නම් අලුත් දේ ඉගෙන ගන්න.
අලුත්ම ඩයලොග් පවර් ප්ලෑන් ෆැමිලි ප්ලෑන් එකට ඔබේ පවුලම එකතු කරගන්න. සෑම අතිරේක සම්බන්ධතාවයකටම අන්ලිමිටඩ් කෝල් සමග පවුලේ ඩේටා බන්ඩලෙට GB 15ක් මාසෙටම රුපියල් 800යි. අදම ඇක්ටිවේට් කරන්න ඩයලොග් පවර් ප්ලෑන් ෆැමිලි.
ඔබේ පවුලම බලගන්නවන්න. බලය ඔබට.
Robotic Assistance Devices Lanka Private Limited, or RAD Lanka, is a wholly owned subsidiary of Robotic Assistance Devices Incorporation of USA, a leading developer of artificial intelligence-powered security and safety solutions. At Robotic Assistance Devices, we specialize in the design and deployment of advanced AI-powered security and safety solutions that transform traditional security systems and minimize reliance on manual personnel. Our integrated ecosystem of hardware and software technologies enhances situational awareness, strengthens security operations, and delivers measurable cost efficiencies, often resulting in immediate returns on investment. RAD's technologies are purpose-built for high security and mission-critical environments, integrating autonomous monitoring, real-time threat detection, active deterrence, and automated response. These capabilities empower organizations, site administrators, and security teams to gain actionable intelligence that improves safety, protects assets and personnel, and optimizes operational performance.
It's a time of epic transformation. To power revolutions across industries, the world turns to those who design the next generation of silicon. For nearly 4 decades, Synopsys has developed the essential technology that makes advances in silicon chips possible, enabling chip capacity to increase 1 million times from 200,000 transistors to 200 billion. Today's advanced chips advance everything in our lives. They are increasingly AI-powered and an essential part of software-defined intelligence systems. We are in a new era of pervasive intelligence, where smart technologies are seamlessly integrated into the fabric of our lives. As the leading provider of engineering software and solutions, from silicon to systems, the era of pervasive intelligence is powered by Synopsys and you.
Asa, Polova, Sayura Sisarayana, Anka Eki Balayin. Apema, Sarusar Anagadea. Apema Sihina Sabavina Anagadea. දියුණු දේශයක් ඔබ තුළින් ගොඩනගන.
To the future.
Dialog 5G Ultra ශ්‍රී ලංකාවම වේගවත් කරන අංක 1 5G ජාලය ඔබත් අදම අත්විඳින්න.
work today is broken. Every day, people juggle so many different tools just to get work done.
distinguished guests, innovators, and participants, a very good evening to all of you. It is a profound pleasure to welcome you to the closing ceremony of the Sri Lankan Robotics Challenge 2026.
Over the past few hours, this flow has been a testament to raw talent, relentless creativity, and the power of teamwork. From robots navigating complex terrains to the brilliance of problem solving under pressure, it has been, in every sense of the word, inspiring.
But as we all know, this challenge was never just about hardware. It was about the late nights, the experimentation, and the resilience to push through when things didn't go as planned.
Whether your robot cleared every obstacle or gave you a tough lesson in debugging, simply being part of this arena means you have grown as an innovator. That growth is your real victory.
So this evening, we are here to celebrate all of you. The effort, the passion, and the grit that defines the next generation of technology. Let's take a moment to appreciate what we have achieved together.
Once again, welcome, and let's enjoy the rest of the evening.
To officially begin the evening, it's my honor to invite someone who has been a driving force behind this event. A person who truly believes in the power of innovation and the potential of young minds.
Please join me in welcoming the Vice President of SLRC branch, Mr. Eshan Surendra, to deliver the welcome speech. Mr. Eshan, the stage is yours.
Good evening, everyone. It is my great pleasure to warmly welcome you all to the Sri Lankan Robotics Challenge 2026, organized by Electronic Club of University of Moratuwa. First and foremost, I would like to extend a special and heartfelt welcome to our distinguished chief guest, Professor Surangananayakara from National University of Singapore, Principal Investigator of the Augmented Human Lab. We are truly honored to have you us with on this prestige occasion. I would also like to warmly welcome our valued partners and their representatives from Dialog Asiata PLC, Mr. Dhanushka S. Seneviratna, Assistant Vice President Network Planning, Mr. Chamila Vijayawardana, Head of Product and Service Innovation, Mr. Yasiru Makavita, Innovation and R&D Engineer, Mr. Pravindu Satarasinghe, Engineer, Innovation and R&D. From Synopsys, Mr. Sandun Ratnayaka, Senior Manager, Validation, Verification Engineering. From CIDR, Mr. Nisal Hewagamage. I would also like to extend a warm welcome to Dr. Ranga Rodrigo, Staff Advisor of Electronic Club, University of Moratuwa, along with the staff members of the Department of Electronic and Telecommunication Engineering. A special welcome goes to our dedicated judges from both school and university categories who have been with us through this journey, as well as the judges of the SLRC Innovators Exhibition. To our participants, visitors, and my fellow undergraduates, welcome and thank you for being part of this incredible event. On a personal note, having been involved in organizing SLRC 2023 to 2026, I have witnessed a tremendous growth and improvement in this competition. It has truly been an honor and privilege to be part of this journey. Once again, I welcome you all to this wonderful evening where we celebrate innovation, excellence, and achievements. Please stay with us until the end as we honor our winners and conclude this memorable event together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eshan. Following that warm welcome, it is now our honor to hear from an individual whose vision and dedication has significantly shaped the landscape of electronic and telecommunication engineering in Sri Lanka. With a profound commitment to education and research, he has been instrumental in advancing the fields of computer vision and deep learning.
Since joining the University of Moratuwa in 2008, Dr. Ranga Rodrigo has served as a senior lecturer in the Department of Electronic and Telecommunication Engineering. Beyond academia, he has played a pivotal role in fostering industry collaborations. As the former head of the department, he has spearheaded initiatives like the establishment of Sri Lanka's pioneering open source 5G network lab, emphasizing his dedication to bridging the gap between academia and industry.
His unwavering belief in empowering the next generation of innovators aligns seamlessly with the spirit of this event. To deliver our first address for the day, it is with deep respect and gratitude that we invite Dr. Ranga Rodrigo to the stage. Sir, we are eagerly looking forward to your insights.
Professor Rangananakara, Chief Guest and the Vice Dean of National University of Singapore, who has been a great help throughout our university's Moratuwa's life also, and distinguished invitees from the industry, the judges, President of the Electronic Club, dear teachers and dear participants. Robotic competition is an event that always excites people because things are moving, and things do not move on their own. They move because of the intelligence that you impart onto the robot. Isn't that an amazing thing? We have a brain as human beings, but we learn how to impart that kind of thinking partially into a robot. This is a mind-blowing thing in my opinion, especially in this area of large language models, where we think that the whole intelligence has been achieved. Robots will become extremely important because no large language model can act alone without the actuation power. So not only us, but the world's foremost scientists who are in the forefront of AI know that two things are missing in this current advancement of AI. One is a perception. That means these AIs learn from knowledge that people have written on the internet. That means they have second-hand knowledge. To gain first-hand knowledge, they have to have sensors interfaced to them. Once the sensors are interfaced and the thinking is happening, as it is happening in your chat GPTs that you use every day, then you have to actuate them. So perception and actuation is the very thing that we saw in these multitude of robots that you have made as school children as well as university students. So therefore, electronics, robotics have gained immense importance in this current world of artificial intelligence. That's why even the smallest robot that you made and produced in this competition is extremely, extremely valuable. Thank you very much and congratulations to all of you. So whether you win or lose, participating in this competition is a great, great achievement. Because what matters is not whether you get a certificate or get an award from someone else. What matters is the development that you see within yourselves. And if you truly believe that studying hard and developing a skill for yourself will produce a great person within you, I think you have achieved that objective. So thank you very much for thinking in that fashion. Although perhaps you came to win the competition and you could not win, it is all right. It is all right that you have already achieved a great feat by just producing a robot for this competition. I like to thank all the people who organized this, including Eshan, who worked very hard, and Professor Suranga mentioned to me that they started right on time at 4:30. I told them they must have been planning to start yesterday at 4:30 because they never start on time. So today fortunately they started on time. I think they must have planned very well, knowing that Professor Suranga himself deliberated with the Honorable Prime Minister last evening. So an important person. So you will hear more from him. So thank you all the organizers for producing this wonderful and beautiful event. thank you all the sponsors. Without your support, we would not have been able to do this event because this is an expensive event. And thank you, the university and all the staff members. I wish you pleasant deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ranga, for those inspiring words. Next, it is our distinct privilege to introduce our chief guest for the evening. As an associate professor at the National University of Singapore and the founding director of the Augmented Human Lab, his work has consistently pushed the boundaries of wearable computing and ubiquitous interfaces.
He has pioneered groundbreaking projects like the finger reader and iRing, earning him global recognition, including being named one of the MIT Technology Review's 35 Innovators Under 35. His remarkable journey, which began right here at the University of Moratuwa, has taken him across the globe, from the MIT Media Lab to the University of Auckland.
Please join me in a resounding round of applause as we welcome Professor Suranga Nanayakara to the stage to share his thoughts with us.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for inviting me for this occasion. And innovation has been dear to my heart, and it's really fascinating to see the kind of work that has been done, although I saw the last bit. When I was told to come and share some thoughts with you guys, I thought, what should I share? And I thought something that might be of value to the participants would be to reflect on our own journey in our lab, building novel human-computer interfaces, the takeaways from our innovation, so that you can hopefully combine them as you take your innovations further down the road. So in NUS, the National University of Computing at School of Computing, I run Augmented Human Lab. I don't have the knowledge to do moving stuff, but I do stationary things. I develop interfaces between technology and people. And our vision is pretty much, instead of thinking system user compatibility, we have this notion of assistive augmentation, which is how do you actually augment the user by building the right interface between the tech and the user, so that instead of conversations like I did this work using that tool versus I did it myself. So we take things like the integration between tech and the user, the augmentation of ability, whether it's perceptual, cognitive, or physical, as well as the user agency, those kind of things. Along the years, we've done pretty well in terms of sharing our knowledge, translating them into commercial impact, and capacity building through PhDs, masters, and final year projects. But what's important, I think, for today is to really talk about our approach, what worked for us, because I think these are generalizable, you might benefit. And I'll talk about 5 things that worked for us over the years as we innovate. I think these principles are of use whether you are building moving things or stationary things. Firstly, I think the key is reframing the problem. Whenever there's a problem, if you want to innovate, reframing is the key. And I'll give a very oversimplified example. If I ask you what is 2 plus 5, it's not a trick question, right? Any of you might tell me it's 7, and I can ask this again and again, nothing changes. So there's no room for innovation by framing the problem this way, because there's only one solution. The moment I ask you what makes 7, then suddenly somebody might say 5 plus 2, somebody might say 6 plus 1, someone might say 5.5 plus 1.5, all kinds of things, right? There's infinite number of solutions. Suddenly by reframing the problem, you open up lots of solutions. And that goes to real work as well. If you ask how might we build an effective alarm clock, whatever you come up with will be just a version of alarm clock. Instead, if you ask, hey, why am I building this? That's because how might we enable someone to wake up on time? Suddenly, alarm clock is only one of the solutions. Then someone might say, let's do a sleep analyzer that nudges you at the right time, or maybe a bed that throws you out. So that reframing is important. In our own work, instead of asking how might we build a new app to help blind people independently navigate and get tasks done, if we had asked this question, we would have built another mobile app and we would have been just one of those apps. Instead, we ask how might we enable blind and low vision person to access information. Suddenly, our space opened more. We built this wearable AI companion. It's a smart headphone with a camera, microphone and a speaker. Now you can have a very seamless conversation. That was possible because we reframed the problem. That's the number one. Number two, connect and combine. I'm not sure how many of you, there's a very interesting Japanese website called Chindugu. They show all kinds of unusual combinations that they say these are not useless, they're not useful either. They call them unuseful things. But the point is, if you can find ways to combine things that doesn't seem to have a relationship, you are bound to create new things. In our case, one of the projects we did, we were like, can we combine something like a chewing gum and a computer mouse? If you can find a way, then obviously you come up with something innovative. And this is something we built, which we call Chew It. Essentially a computer mouse that you can put in the mouth. It requires a lot of careful consideration. You know, if you put anything symmetric in the mouth, you lose the orientation, right? It has to have a particular shape, the miniaturization of electronics, the recognition of various gestures. But once you do this, suddenly you open up a hands-free, eyes-free, voice-free way to interact with things. So that we did by connecting and combining seemingly different things. The third is challenge assumptions. So we had a project, still early stage. In fact, one of your third year students right now working on this. If you wanted to help someone make the right choice in terms of eating, the general assumption would be whatever means, whether it's an app or any form, you need to tell what's good, what's not good. Instead, we ask, can we challenge that assumption that we don't need to tell somebody? Can we subconsciously let someone feel this is good, this is not so good? And for that, instead of giving specific information, we started giving information in an indirect way. We explore gut, just literally sending vibration on a belt that was worn. And we found that by playing specific patterns, you can induce hunger and fullness. So let's say if I'm going to buy a chocolate, I can induce the feeling of fullness so that I may feel like I'm full, I don't need to buy that. And that was opened up because we challenged the very assumption that information has to be explicit for decision making. Fourth thing, pay attention. I think this is something that's losing, especially with the emergence of lot of digital devices that are meant to take our attention. We now hardly pay attention. Our attention spans have gone down significantly, which impact innovation significantly. I think paying attention to me as important as the foundation knowledge, because especially for innovation, right? If you just run a survey, people say one thing and they do something else, they feel something else. And you know as a user, when you fill up these surveys, doesn't really capture what you really meant. So paying attention is really, really important. And you can't expect users to tell you what to do. You have to figure out what is it that makes the users go from it's okay to this is wow. And this is exactly how we built the AIC, the wearable. When I spoke to these blind users, they were like, this works for me. They were using a mobile phone, open the app, take a picture, and then the app described what's in front of them. For them, it was okay. But then, if you pay attention, you realize there's a lot of cumbersome steps. Why does he have to unlock the screen, browse to app, take a picture? A lot of unnecessary steps. Instead, if you just build a wearable and the user can just simply ask a question, that would have changed the user experience a lot. And that nobody told you. It was by paying attention. And I think that's really, really key thing. if you want to innovate, paying attention. And the last is making it happen. It's in innovation, you hardly know the process end to end. You know generally this is the direction I want to go. As you go, you make adjustments. So instead of having this jigsaw puzzle approach where you figure out the entire solution and start building, you should take a different approach. The problem with this approach is, first, you already know the solution. Then there's no innovation, or there's nothing novel. Second thing is, if you miss a piece, you may end up not having a complete solution. Instead of this, you take a cloth make approach. You take piece by piece and you stitch them together, and there's also a process of your own pleasure where you discover things as you go, and then you never run out of pieces. And as you do this, typical process I'm sure you might have encountered when you build these things is, you start with you have this greatest, coolest idea, and you start building, and then you start looking at what others are doing, what has been done. And oftentimes you find, oh, somebody has done something, seems to be similar. And here is the place where you shouldn't give up, because if you really pay attention and carefully look at what you are doing, top level they may sound same, but there may be some specifics where you can find a space in between and position yourself as a novel thing. So there's almost always ways to position yourself. When we built this smart wearable, suddenly we were like, oh, Meta is doing Meta Ray-Ban glasses, Google is going to do another glass, so how can we differentiate? And when we took a very close look, what we have done with the wearable IC is opening up a new category of a conversational companion using entirely voice, something that doesn't have hands, something that doesn't have screens. So we could position ourselves to a point that those people are now coming to us to collaborate, because we have the expertise on doing entirely screen-free, just voice-based interactions. Yeah, so just to summarize, you have done wonderful work. I think there's a huge potential. What worked for us, I'm sure might work for you is, when you do things, reframe the problem, spend time really figuring out the problem and reframing, because that's the very first thing to come up with novel solutions. And connect and combine. When you see things that are not related at all, see if you can make a connection, because that will make your thing innovative. Challenge assumptions, things that has been taken for granted, it's okay to challenge. And pay attention, it's a key one, and don't get distracted by the devices, and don't go to your GPTs as the first thing. And those who, I realize, spend more time on coming up with your own thoughts, now you can clearly see the difference between those who went to GPT to begin with. There's a clear differentiation, so pay attention to your own eyes, ears, and then make it happen. Start somewhere. I think if you don't know where to begin, I always say start somewhere and then iterate and learn from mistakes, and it will work out. And last but not least, this whole thing should be fun. Have fun, and I'm sure these things would have taken a number of days, months, and unless it's fun, you won't do it, right? So make sure that you have a lot of fun doing the process, so that you can go on doing these things long enough. And all this work I've told is a collective work of people in my lab. And the last remark I want to make is, given the glimpse of things I have seen, the kind of talents I have seen from Sri Lanka coming to NUS and work with me is you guys can be up there with the very best in the world. And make sure that you aim very high and plan for a longer game, and follow the things I suggested, and the kind of stuff you could achieve is going to be beyond a national level competition. It could be competing at the world level. Thank you so much for inviting me once again. Good luck with your future journey.
Thank you, Professor Suranga, for those truly inspiring words and for sharing your incredible journey and insights with us today.
As a mark of deep gratitude for gracing this occasion as our chief guest, we would like to present a token of appreciation to Professor Suranga.
For this, may I respectfully invite Dr. Ranga Rodrigo back onto the stage to hand over the token.
Thank you, Dr. Ranga, and thank you once again, Professor Suranga.
As we celebrate the brilliance on display today, it is essential to recognize the visionary driving force that has stood alongside us. A massive competition of this caliber simply does not happen without extraordinary backing. Therefore, it is with immense pride that we acknowledge our title partner, Dialog 4G Ultra.
Their unwavering commitment to empowering the next generation of engineers and fostering technological innovation in Sri Lanka has been the very cornerstone of this year's success.
To share a few words on behalf of our esteemed title partner, it is my absolute privilege to invite Mr. Dhanushka S. Seneviratne, Assistant Vice Principal of Network Planning at Dialog, to the stage. Please join me in giving him a resounding round of applause.
Well, good evening, everyone. The distinguished guest, our most respected lecturers, the contestants, and everyone here. I am not Dhanushka Seneviratne, in fact, I am Dhanushka Senanayak. That's okay. So, to start with, it is indeed a great honor and a privilege to be standing here at Sri Lanka Robotics Challenge 2026, not only representing Dialog Asiata, but as an alumnus of this prestige university. First, let me extend my gratitude to the organizing committee of Sri Lanka Robotics Challenge chapter from Electronics and Telecommunication Club to witness this inspiring event. Standing here, I see it is not just a competition. I see the glimpse of future. So I can still remember 19 years back with my project team, I was doing a cruise control robot, a cruise control lane following robot under supervision of Professor Rohan Munasinghe. But it says little by little, the little has become a lot. So what I see today is these robots has evolved a lot, and it's truly inspiring. Yeah, so however, it also says that a tree is known by its fruits. So my advice to all of you is that these robots, as long as it contributes to the society and as long as it contributes to our economy, then it matters a lot. So today, Sri Lanka, I would say it's a $90 billion economy. Unfortunately, is far less than others. I would say again far less than our true potential. But if we compare a country like Singapore, where they have a 500 billion economy, and I would say the main success factors are the digitization, the adoption of AI, and probably the most importantly, the policies. So for a country like Sri Lanka, there are three pillars for us to become a country like Singapore. The first is the policies. So let's hope the newly appointed the policy committee led by veteran Dr. Hans Vijayasuriya will bring us the most awaited, the much needed policies soon to have a accelerated digital economy. Second is the infrastructure. We can't build a great house without a solid foundation. So that is where companies like Dialog, and there are many other companies which brings in all these investments. They invest millions of dollars in building or connecting every corner of the country. It's a little unfortunate that we are late in introducing 5G to Sri Lanka, but however, we are catching up. And we will soon be adding the 1000th 5G base station in coming days, covering most of the cities in Sri Lanka and probably providing the much awaited ultra speed broadband. But having all this infrastructure and policies won't help. That is where the third pillar comes in. That is none other than all of you here. The academics, the students, the innovators, the investors, everyone. To make this country's economy bigger, we need all these innovations. We need innovations in, let's say, agriculture, the industrial, the transportation, in everywhere, to make, let's say, our products competitive in global aspects. So my request is, when you are building an application or a robot or any other innovation, just see where it suits on, in how it enrich the Sri Lankan lives, and probably importantly, how it is scalable when it comes to the productivity. So finally, as a representing of Dialog, we are truly honored, and it's very inspiring, and we show our gratitude for inviting us to here, and we truly believe that it's the younger generation that will empower the country towards a very successful economy. So with that, I wish all of you all the very best, and also I would like to see you again in the next competition, probably with even more elevated standards. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sanimiratne, for your inspiring words.
Moving forward, it is time to express our deep appreciation for our gold partner, Synopsys. Their incredible support and shared vision for advancing technology have been vital in making today's challenge a reality. We are truly honored to have them represented here today.
It is my absolute pleasure to invite Mr. Sadun Ratnayaka, Senior Manager of Validation and Verification Engineering at Synopsys, to the stage to share a few words with us. Please join me in giving him a very warm welcome.
Honorable guests, respected teachers, dear lecturers, teachers, university students, and kids, and everyone here today. It's truly a pleasure to stand here in this special audience, let me share few thoughts based on what I see and experience in my industry, thoughts that I believe will be useful all of you. The world is changing, and it is changing in a pace that we have never experienced before. When I entered university, and even when I graduated, I would say world was more or less same, tools evolved slowly, and careers were predictable. But for students who are currently in university, by the time you graduate, the world will already be very different. Artificial intelligence has significantly changed the way engineers work. Many monotonous tasks and even some creative tasks are now being done by AI. And for the kids here today, honestly, it's hard for me to imagine what the world will look like when you grow up. So, why I am telling you this? Is it to make you afraid? No. Let me explain with some example from my own industry. Back in 1950s, engineers designed circuits by hand, drawing transistors, level diagrams, and building everything manually. Then came integrated circuits, hundreds of transistors packed into a single chip. To manage this complexity, engineers created abstraction layers such as logic gates, so no longer they had to think about individual transistors day to day. In 1980s, there was another major breakthrough, hardware descriptive languages. Engineers could now describe circuit behavior using programming languages, while logic gates and transistors were pushed further down the abstract. Working as a team, solving the problems, learning technology hands-on, turning ideas into working system. So these experiences prepare you for a future where change is constant. The future will not belong to those who fear the change. It will belong to the people who are ready to learn, adapt, and shape it. So, thank you, and I wish you all the very best.
Thank you, Mr. Ratnayake, for your time and for sharing Synopsys' vision with us today. Let's give him another round of applause As we move closer to the most anticipated part of the evening, it is crucial to remember that a competition of this magnitude, bringing together the brightest minds in the country, doesn't happen in a vacuum. It requires a powerful ecosystem of support.
Absolutely. Just as every robot out of the arena floor relies on a strong power source to perform, a massive platform like SLRC relies on the unwavering power of our industry partners. Tonight, we want to express our deepest gratitude to the organizations that are actively fueling the next generation of Sri Lankan innovators.
We extend our deepest gratitude to the partners of SLRC 2026, Dialog 5G Ultra, Title Partner, Synopsys, Gold Partner,
AP Education, Silver Partner, CA Sri Lanka, Education Partner, and Robotic Assistance Devices, Workshop Partner.
Cider 3D Printing Partner, Moon's Clothing Company, Clothing Partner, Trace, Ecosystem Partner.
Our gift partner for SLRC 2026, Pearl Bay, our food partner, Burger King, our digital media partner, Hack SL, and last but not least, our photography partner, Dream Capture.
Please turn your attention to the screens for messages from our partners.
ආස පොළව සයුර සිසාරා යන අංක එකේ බලයෙන් අපේම සරුසාර අනාගතය අපේම සිහින සැබෑවෙන අනාගතය දියුණු දේශයක් ඔබ තුළින් ගොඩනගන Where to bottom?
To the future.
Dialog 5G Ultra ශ්‍රී ලංකාව වේගවත් කරන අංක එකේ 5G ජාලය ඔබත් අදම අත්විඳින්න.
It's a time of epic transformation. To power revolutions across industries, the world turns to those who design the next generation of silicon. For nearly 4 decades, Synopsys has developed the essential technology that makes advances in silicon chips possible, enabling chip capacity to increase 1 million times from 200,000 transistors to 200 billion. Today's advanced chips advance everything in our lives. They are increasingly AI-powered and an essential part of software-defined intelligence systems. We are in a new era of pervasive intelligence, where smart technologies are seamlessly integrated into the fabric of our lives. As the leading provider of engineering software and solutions, from silicon to systems, the era of pervasive intelligence is powered by Synopsys and you.
The moment is here. The future of the chartered accountant begins now. A curriculum designed to build trust, drive strategy and stories, inspire transformation. Presenting the CA Sri Lanka Curriculum 2025 to 2030.
Robotic Assistance Devices Lanka Private Limited, or Lanka, is a wholly owned subsidiary of Robotic Assistance Devices Incorporation of USA, a leading developer of artificial intelligence-powered security and safety solutions. At Robotic Assistance Devices, we specialize in the design and deployment of advanced AI-powered security and safety solutions that transform traditional security systems and minimize reliance on manual personnel. Our integrated ecosystem of hardware and software technologies enhances situational awareness, strengthens security operations, and delivers measurable cost efficiencies, often resulting in immediate returns on investment. RAD's technologies are purpose-built for high security and mission-critical environments, integrating autonomous monitoring, real-time threat detection, active deterrence, and automated response. These capabilities empower organizations, site administrators, and security teams to gain actionable intelligence that improves safety, protects assets and personnel, and optimizes operational performance.
harder to still imagine. Come hold your breath and leap into wonder. Take aim and fire, now sight it over. It's a whole new world. It's a whole new world.
Spend a whole day in another world. Pearl Bay, Bandaragama.
A big thank you to our partners for sharing those with us. It really does take a massive network to pull off an event of this scale.
It truly does. Their contributions are the reason we are all standing here in this evening. And now, to officially express our gratitude, it is time to present our tokens of appreciation to these incredible sponsors. But first, let's give them another round of massive applause.
Up next, as a gesture of our immense gratitude for backing the Sri Lankan Robotics Challenge this year, we would like to present our partners with a token of appreciation.
To do the honors and present these tokens on behalf of the organizing committee, please welcome Mr. Adisha Dharmadasa to the stage.
We kindly request the representatives of our esteemed partner organizations to step forward as their names are called. Up first, representing our title partner, Dialog 5G Ultra, we warmly welcome Mr. Danushka S. Seneviratne to the stage.
Next, representing our gold partner, Synopsys, we warmly invite Mr. Sandun Ratnayake to step forward.
We would now like to warmly welcome the representatives of our other esteemed partners to the stage to collect their tokens of appreciation. I call upon a representative, each from AP Education, our silver partner. Our workshop partner, Robotic Assistance Devices. And our 3D printing partner, Cider 3D.
Our clothing partner, Moon's Clothing Company. Our ecosystem partner, Trace. Our gift partner, Pearl Bay.
Our food partner, Burger King. Our digital media partner, Hack SL. And finally, our photography partner, Dream Captures.
Let's give one massive round of applause to all our incredible partners for making SLRC 2026 a reality.
As we move closer to the highly anticipated awards, it is time to recognize the individuals who arguably had the most difficult job in the arena today, our esteemed panel of judges.
Evaluating such high caliber robots is no easy feat. Their expertise, fairness, and countless hours of dedication have been absolutely vital in maintaining the standard of excellence that SLRC is known for.
To begin, we would like to present the tokens of appreciation to the incredible panel that evaluated our school category. To hand over these tokens, please welcome Mr. Lakindu Gunasekara to the stage.
We kindly invite our esteemed school category judges to step forward to receive their tokens as their names are called. First, please welcome Mr. Janit Gunaratne to the stage.
Next, we warmly invite Mr. Chamidu Lianage to the stage. And finally, we invite Mr. Punsara Mahavela to the stage.
Now, let's give one massive round of applause again to our school category judges for their invaluable time and expertise. Thank you, Mr. Lakindu.
Next, we turn our attention to the university category. The level of engineering, precision, and innovation we saw in the university arena today was nothing short of extraordinary.
Evaluating these complex, highly advanced systems requires immense technical expertise and a very sharp eye. We are incredibly grateful to the experts who took on this challenge today.
To present the tokens of appreciation to our university category judges, please welcome Mr. Kiran Gunatilaka to the stage.
We kindly invite our esteemed university category judges to step forward to receive their tokens as their names are called. First, please welcome Dr. Sairu Bandara to the stage.
Next, we warmly invite Dr. Upeka Premaratne to the stage.
And finally, we invite Mr. Tilina Edirisuriya to the stage.
Let's hear another round of applause for all our incredible judges across both categories. Their dedication is what makes the Sri Lankan Robotics Challenge the premier competition it is today. Thank you, Mr. Chatuka.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have officially arrived at the most anticipated moment of this evening.
Before the arena trophies are handed out and the champions are crowned, we must remember that as we've seen throughout this entire day, the spirit of the Sri Lankan Robotics Challenge extends far beyond the arena tracks.
Absolutely. If the arena is where we test the limits of machines, the exhibition is where we witness the pure engineering brilliance of the minds behind them. These projects aren't just displays. They are the blueprints for the next big breakthroughs in the Sri Lankan technology.
To recognize the winning team from the exhibition and present them with their certificates of excellence and the prize, we are honored to invite these key leaders to the stage.
Let's welcome a representative from our title partner, Dialog 5G Ultra, Mr. Pravindu Satarasinghe. And let's also welcome Senior Lecturer at the Department of Electronic and Telecommunication Engineering, Dr. Ranga Rodrigo. And Junior Treasurer of the Electronic Club, Mr. Uvindu Kodikara. And Mr. Jivanta, Chairman of SLRC 2026, to the stage.
For showcasing outstanding innovation, technical brilliance, and a truly visionary project. The winner of the exhibition category is
Horizon Hunters, please come forward to accept your award. Let's give a final round of applause to all our... Thank you.
Let's give a final round of applause to all our exhibition participants for their vision and dedication. Thank you, Mr. Satarasinghe and Mr. Jivanta, Mr. Ranga Rodrigo, and Mr. Uidu Kodikara.
Now we move on to celebrate our youngest visionaries, the school category. To witness the ingenuity and the grit these students displayed today is to know one thing for certain: the future of Sri Lankan technology is revolutionary.
To do the honors and hand over the awards to our school category winners, we are privileged to invite a distinguished group of individuals to the stage.
Please welcome, representing our gold partner Synopsys, Mr. Sandhan Ratnayake. Senior Lecturer at the Department of Electronic and Telecommunication Engineering, Dr. Rangarodrigo. The Secretary of the Electronics Club, Ms. Samudra Uduwaka. And the Vice President of SLRC, Mr. Eshan Surendra.
The tension in this arena has been building all day long. And now it's time to reveal the results. Taking home the second runner-up title in the school category, the award goes to Team Operation Overdrive.
So we kindly ask to remain on stage for just a few moments. Up next, we have our first runner-up.
Securing the first runner-up position in the school category of SLRC 2026. Let's hear it for Team Meyer Robotics.
And now, we have reached the summit. The moment that has been months in the making. The absolute peak of the SLRC 2026 school category competition.
What we witnessed today wasn't just a competition. It was a masterclass in innovation. These young engineers didn't just build robots. They built a vision of the future. But as the dust settles, only one single team stands at the very top.
Ladies and gentlemen, with the highest score, the most flawless execution, and the heart of a true champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, the school category champions of the Sri Lankan Robotics Challenge 2026, taking home the gold are... Who do you guys think that team is? So the champions of the school category of SLRC 2026, we have Team Future Tech.
Congratulations to the team. And thank you for joining us on stage to present these valuable awards.
And now we have arrived at the final, most prestigious moment of the Sri Lankan Robotics Challenge 2026. The university category represents the absolute pinnacle of engineering excellence, where innovation meets high-speed execution.
To honor the teams that push the boundaries of what is possible on the arena floor today, we are privileged to invite our final panel of award presenters to the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our guest of honor, Professor Suranga. And representing our title partner, Dialog 5G Ultra, Mr. Danushka S. Senanayaka. The president of the Electronics Club, Mr. Mihirut Sehara. And finally, the vice president of SLRC, Ishan Surendra.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to turn our attention to the ultimate proving ground of the evening. The university category has been an incredible showcase of computational power and mechanical brilliance. On this arena floor today, we witnessed a relentless battle of wits, where every line of code and every sensor reading was pushed to its absolute limit.
We begin our university category awards by recognizing a team that pushed the boundaries of their design. Ladies and gentlemen, the second runner-up award for SLRC 2026 goes to...
The second runner-up for SLRC 2026.
Team Autonics.
Up next, we have our silver medalists.
So, to present the first and second places, I would also like to respectfully invite Senior Lecturer of the Departments of Electronics and Telecommunication Engineering, Dr. Ranga Rodrigo, on stage.
This is a category where the margin for error is virtually zero. This team pushed their hardware and their code to the absolute limit. They were fast, they were precise, and they were relentless.
Ladies and gentlemen, securing the first runner-up position and falling just short of the top spots in the university category. Let's hear it for
Team Potato. Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the absolute zenith of the Sri Lankan Robotics Challenge 2026. This is the moment where theory meets the arena, where countless hours and thousands of lines of code culminate in one final glorious result.
The university category is not just a competition, it is a battleground of the brightest engineering minds in the nation. Today, we saw level-headed strategy, high-speed execution, and innovation that push the very boundaries of what's possible in robotics. To even step onto this floor is a feat, but to dominate, it is legendary.
The judges have made their final call. The atmosphere in this room is electric because we all know what's at stake. The title of the SLRC 2026 University Champions.
For showing us the true meaning of engineering excellence and for the relentless pursuit of perfection and for claiming their place at the top of the podium.
The champions of the university category for SLRC 2026. The title goes to...
Ladies and gentlemen, who do you guys think the champion is going to be? So, the champions of SLRC 2026, Team Keita Karuo.
Thank you, sirs. You may take your seats. Away from the arena, we now move to see the success behind today's exhibition, which was built on the diverse ideas and hard work of all our competing innovators.
In presenting the participation certificates to these brilliant teams, we are honored to invite another esteemed representative from Cider 3D, Mr. Nisal Hevagamage, and Mr. Jeevanta Sandurwan, the chairperson of SLRC 2026, to the stage.
We would now like to present the participation certificates to the teams who brought this exhibition flow to life. As we call your team's name, please step forward. Team Trinoa, a smart vehicle black box system. Pulse drones, an omnidirectional robot.
Sensor IQ, a smart power management system. Detonators, a remote firework detonation system. SR team, string hopper making machine and portable refrigerator.
AirSense, an ESP32 based tiny ML air mouse. Circuit 5, Luna, the smart storytelling robot.
Thank you for joining with us on stage. Let's give a final massive round of applause to all our exhibition participants for their vision and dedication. While we have crowned our champions, Reaching the final stage of the Sri Lankan Robotics Challenge is an extraordinary feat in itself.
It truly is. From the dozens of teams that entered the qualifiers, only these elite few made it all the way to the main arena today. We are proud to present them with their finalist certificates.
To award the certificates for the finalists in the school category, we would like to welcome representative from our title partner, Dialog 5G Ultra, Mr. Chamila Vijayawardena, and Ms. Netmi Patirana, Secretary of SLRC 2026.
First, for the school category, we invite a representative from our finalist teams to the stage. Apex Bot. ARK Anuradhaperera Team A.
ARK Anuradhaperera Team C. Controlled Chaos. Team Hexbots.
Team K-Bot. Team Line Rover. Team Rapid X.
Team Seeker. Team SNS JPC. Team Srin Vexi.
Team Robotics. Team Thunderspark. Thank you all for joining us on stage to award these certificates. To award the certificates for the finalists in the university category, we would like to welcome Mr. Chamila Vijayawardana from Dialogue Axiata and Mr. Jeevanta, a chairman of SLRC 2026.
And now, for the university category, please welcome the representatives from our finalist teams. Team Bumblebee. Team Prism. And Team Real Steel.
Thank you all once again for joining us on stage to award these certificates.
Before we move into our final presentations, we want to take a moment to officially congratulate every single team that competed today.
The level of talent and innovation we've seen across the board has been truly impressive. Every participant here has contributed into making SLRC 2026 a success, and you should be all incredibly proud about your efforts.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's have one more massive round of applause for all our competitors.
As we head into our final moments of this event, there is one more person we need to bring into the spotlight. Behind the scenes of every great SLRC, there is a driving force that keeps every gear turning.
For his tireless work and exceptional leadership as the Vice President of SLRC, we would like to present a special token of appreciation to Mr. Eshan Surendra.
To present this honor on behalf of the entire organizing committee, it is a privilege to invite Dr. Ranga back to the stage.
Thank you, Dr. Ranga and Mr. Eshan.
As we near the end of this memorable evening, it's only fitting that we take a moment to express our deepest gratitude to everyone who has contributed to making this event a resounding success.
To do so, I'd like to invite the Secretary of the Sri Lankan Robotics Challenge 2026, Ms. Netmi Pathirana, who has been a driving force behind this journey, to deliver the word of thanks.
Please join me in welcoming Ms. Netmi to the stage.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the organizing committee of the Sri Lankan Robotics Challenge 2026, I extend my sincere gratitude to each and every one of you gathered here today. First and foremost, it is my great honor to express our heartfelt appreciation to our distinguished guest of honor, Professor Suranganayakara, for gracing this occasion with your presence. Next, we extend our deepest gratitude to our partners, Dialog 5G Ultra, our title partner, Synopsys, our gold partner, AP Education, our silver partner, CA Sri Lanka, our education partner, Robotic Assistance Devices, our workshop partner, Cider 3D, our 3D printing partner, Moon's Clothing Company, our clothing partner, Trace, our ecosystem partner, Pearl Bay, our gift partner, Burger King, our food partner, Hackcastle, our digital media partner, and Dream Captures, our photography partner. Your generous support has been instrumental in making SLRC 2026 a success. I would also like to extend our sincere appreciation to the panel of judges for the school and university finals, as well as the exhibition, for their dedication, time, and expertise in accessing the outstanding innovations presented today. A heartfelt thank goes to the academic staff to their continuous guidance and support, and to the non-academic staff for their invaluable assistance in ensuring the smooth execution of the event. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to the Vice President of the SLRC branch, Mr. Ishan Surendra, and the Chairman of the SLRC 2026, Mr. Jeevantha Sandaruwan, along with the members of the Electronic Club, the organizing committee, and all volunteers for their dedication, commitment, and hard work in bringing this event together successfully. We extend our sincere appreciation to all participating teams. Your creativity, innovation, and passion for robotics are what make this competition truly valuable. Finally, I would like to thank all the guests and members of the public who joined today. Your presence has greatly enriched this event. In closing, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to everyone who contributed in any way to make SLRC 2026 a success. Together, we have once again celebrated innovation, collaboration, and excellence. Thank you, and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, Ms. Netmi, for those wonderful words. Before we officially close the arena doors on SLRC 2026, we have one final look back at the journey we've all shared today.
From the early morning preparations to these intense battles on the arena floor, our team has captured every spark of innovation and every moment of triumph. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the screens and enjoy the official SLRC 2026 after movie.
Nothing beneath it. Forgive me for staring, forgive me for breathing. We might not know why, we might not know how, but baby tonight, we're beautiful now, we're beautiful now. We're beautiful now. We might not know why, we might not know how, but baby tonight, we're beautiful now. We'll light up the sky, we'll open the clouds, 'cause baby tonight, we're beautiful now.
What an incredible recap of a truly unforgettable day. Let's give a massive round of applause to the team behind the lenses for capturing those memories so perfectly.
Now, to officially immortalize this event, we would like to capture one final memory together. We warmly invite all our esteemed guests, sponsors, judges, and winning teams, and the entire SLRC 2026 organizing committee to join us on stage for the official group photograph.
While everyone is making their way to the stage, we want to thank you all one last time for being the heartbeat of this competition.
And with that, we bring another remarkable chapter in the history of the Sri Lankan Robotics Challenge to a close.
As we look ahead, we are already filled with anticipation for the 14th edition SLRC 2027, and we cannot wait to see how you continue to redefine the impossible. Until then, keep innovating, keep pushing the boundaries of technology, and continue making your mark on the world, one robot at a time.
It has been an absolute honor and a pleasure hosting all of you today.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Hasit Nithikumara.
And I'm Chalisha Kirvalda. Stay safe, stay inspired, and from all of us here at the Department of Electronic and Telecommunication Engineering,
have a wonderful rest of the evening. Good night.